Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's just gone 2 o'clock, so I know we've got a very busy agenda today, so let's see how much we can get through before we have to go home. Are there any apologies for absence, please? Councillor Swan.
Thank you, Chair. I present apologies on behalf of Councillors Angelique Foster, Hoy, Iliffe, Musson, Rennick and Sutton.
Councillor Gillett, please.
Yes, from Councillors Anne Clark, Dean Collins and Becky Woods.
Councillor Fordham, please.
Councillor Niblock, Chair.
Thank you. Mr Dooley, please.
Yeah, we've had apologies from Councillors Stevenson and Rose as well.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest in the business before us today? No. This sounds a bit repetitive after this morning's, but the meeting will be live streamed and available for subsequent playback through the Council's website and YouTube channel. You should be aware that the Council is a data controller under the Data Protection Act. Data collected during the webcast will be retained in accordance with the Council's published policy. If any member of the public has concerns about this, please speak to a member of staff. Mobile phones, can you please ensure that the mobile phones switched off or switched to silent? And the same with your computers if you're using a computer, please. Can you please speak clearly into the microphones so that the councillors and members of the public can hear the debate? The reminder that the voting buttons are going to be used this afternoon. Please press the button once to request to speak and once at the end of your speech. No need to press it again. Please ask for assistance from the Democratic Services staff that are present if you need help. We did have some events this morning. Item 4, I move the minutes of the meeting held on the 27th of November 2024, pages 1 to 28, are approved as a correct record. Barry Lewis, please.
Happy to second that, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any observations or questions on the accuracy of the minutes? No? Okay. Can we move to the vote then, please? Okay, that looks pretty unanimous. Thank you very much. Item 5, the report of the Leader to the Council and members' questions on that report. Councillor Lewis, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. Firstly, just wanted to say, wasn't it great to be able to grant Albert Keir the title of Honorary Freeman of the County of Derbyshire this morning? A real gentleman and a well-deserved honour for an extraordinary individual. It's a good way to start off the penultimate full council day of the current administration. Today, Chairman, we've got quite a busy agenda. 2 key items for discussion are the budget, local government reform. So today, hopefully, with the agreement of all in the room, we'll be able to set a balanced budget for the County Council for the year 25-26, ensuring we continue to deliver essential services despite unprecedented financial challenges. Our 769 plus million budget has been shaped by external pressures, including a rise in costs, increased demand, particularly in children's services and adult social care, and of course, significant inflationary pressures. To support this, we'll be talking about a 4.99 council tax increase, which is going to be proposed in there, 2% dedicated to adult social care, 2.99 for general services, which is going to raise an extra 31 million, and we recognise that this will add to household pressures, but it is essential to sustain frontline services. Thankfully, we haven't had to go down the same route as some councils have requested 10% in council tax increases and had to go through a special process via the government to get that permission to do that. So we're nowhere near in that category, thankfully, and hopefully, as you'll hear from Councillor Spencer when we debate it a little bit later on, that it's a much different position to what we were thinking it would be a year or so ago. So this budget is backed by a robust five-year financial plan, taking difficult but necessary steps, changing how we operate, reducing duplication, cutting costs, and ensuring efficiency across all of our services. And importantly, we've managed to set this budget without further drawing on reserves, which we acknowledge is not a sustainable long-term solution. Despite our efforts, government funding still remains inadequate, and we will continue to lobby government for full cost reimbursement of the increased NI costs, although Councillor Spencer may have something to say about that a little bit later on, and fairer funding, of course, especially for social care and our highways, which is another pressure point. Derbyshire residents expect a council that delivers responsibly, efficiently and sustainably, and that is what we are committed to doing. I'm sure we'll hear more and debate about this later on, so I don't want to steal Councillor Spencer's thunder today. The other items I mentioned, local government reform, we're at a significant juncture for local government in Derbyshire. The Labour government has now confirmed its intention to force local government reorganisation upon two-tier areas, and we now must submit an interim plan by the 21st of March and full proposals by the 28th of November. To be clear, this isn't a path that we have chosen. Nevertheless, we must ensure the best outcome for Derbyshire residents, protecting services, securing value for money and maintaining a structure that makes sense for local people. So again, more about that later. This week's been another busy week for the East Midlands Mayoral County Combined Authority. There was a board meeting on Monday. I'm pleased to report that the Combined Authority continues to evolve, shaping the future of governance and investment in our region. And many of this in this room will know that East Midlands was a failing area in the sense it wasn't getting its proper fair share of money for many, many decades. But thanks to lots of hard work in recent years by leaders of the 4 constituent authorities, of which I am now the only one that remains of that cadre of councillors that led that work. And we work, of course, hand in glove with the district and borough colleagues, past and present, across the region that got this over the line without needing to do local government reform, which I think is a point that's worth making. But how things change, eh? At Monday's board meeting, the 25-26 budget medium-term financial plan was set, and they were the central focus of that meeting. And the key decisions that were taken around that are now overseeing. We're now overseeing a budget of over 160 million pounds, a substantial increase from the previous year, with capital programmes of 225 million to drive regional investment. That financial commitment's underpinned by strategic funding allocations, ensuring that projects such as public transport integration, adult skills development, highways maintenance, etc., and the UK shared prosperity continue to deliver for residents. The transition of public transport functions from constituent councils to the combined authority is set to commence in October 25, backed by £66 million in City Region Sustainable Transport Settlement, or known as CRSTS, and 40 million in bus service improvement, BSIP grants, basically. While we support a greater efficiency, we must ensure a seamless transport service provision and key financial sustainability for local authorities throughout that transition. That will be key. Through the CPA for the region, 75.7 million has been increased in highways maintenance funding has been allocated, and with a fair share ostensibly going to Derbyshire, although we have some doubts about how that allocation is described, and we're challenging on that point because the amounts so far announced don't take into account previous top-ups from pothole funds in the past as well. So we do need to challenge that to ensure that we are driving at least in the right direction and getting more money for our highways here in Derbyshire, which is a really big issue, as I know, as you all know, from all of your county council divisions. However, we do agree with the principle that future allocations and transport priorities must continue to reflect local needs, and we will continue to support and shout up for rural services in particular, and to underline the recognition that to deliver rural services inevitably costs more money, a fact that is sadly missed by the government, who cut rural services funding recently. The government's UK SPF funding has been cut from 38 million to 25.2 million for 25-26, and whilst the EMCCA has allocated an additional amount of funding to that to mitigate some of that impact, it is keen to work for a long-term sustainable replacement beyond that transitional year. And that actually stimulated some pretty good debate in the chamber. So hopefully we are moving in the right direction to support businesses right across our region over the coming years. The Evolved Adult Skills Fund will increase to 53 million by 26-27, supporting skills and employment. And additional funding has been secured through the Connect to Work and Youth Guarantee schemes, ensuring that we help those furthest from employment access training and jobs. And we're also working with Rural Action Derbyshire and their equivalent over in Nottinghamshire as well. From a previous meeting, I'm not sure if you know this, but it might be worth just touching on it. Back in December, discussing capital investment projects, new investment pipeline for economic growth, and the East Midlands Investment Zone, known as EMIS, which will bring 140 million over the next 10 years to develop our region's green industry and advanced motor manufacturing sectors as well. So there's a lot going on in that space. There is a little bit more I could read about, but I know when I'm losing my audience. So there is information on the EMCCA website about those meetings, and I think you can watch them back. So it's worth doing that if you're that interested. I don't wish to bore the chamber anymore. Just a couple of other things I just want to touch on, because there are 1,000,001 things going on at the moment, from the launch of Derbyshire Makes tomorrow at CW Sellers to passing the 500,000 mark with our Million Trees initiative. Substantial work getting underway in the Hartwood Community Forest as well, which is exciting, and an exciting milestone for our local nature recovery strategy work as well, coming up pretty soon. That's still ongoing, but it's important work, as I'm sure many in the chamber will agree. I'll stop there, Chairman. I'm happy to take any questions, but any of those on the first two items I mentioned, I'm going to deflect until we have the debate later on, because we've got two substantive papers there.
Are there any questions to the leader? Councillor Fordham, please.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just welcome the confirmation of the progress on the trees strategy? The leader knows I'm a keen advocate of that. I just want to touch base on the points he made about council tax, because I think I was at risk of hearing him make a contradiction in what he said. He was delighted that we weren't one of the authorities that was looking for a 10% increase, but we were going for the maximum currently allowed under the what can be voted for in this chamber, and yet then went on to detail areas of service delivery where we're either having to make cutbacks or where we need more money. Potholes, children's adult services. I'm a little bit lost as to whether or not he wants the money from someone else, or whether he wants the honesty of us raising it through tax. Because if he's against having a 10% increase and yet it's raising the maximum allowed and then demanding more money. So I suppose my question is, if this is such a serious issue, and I guess I'm asking partly for the Labour group, could you tell us the date of the next budget commission when we can look at this at some detail?
Councillor Lewis. Very much indeed, Chairman. As I said, I'd deflect until we have the substantive debate later on, when all of Councillor Fordham's questions, which I'm sure he'll ask again, can be answered during that debate. And as to the Budget Commission, I shall leave that to my esteemed colleague Simon Spencer to inform you of that later on.
Okay, thank you. Have you got a supplementary? But you can't have one because he's going to say the same answer, isn't he? So thank you for that. We now move on to public questions. Unfortunately, Mr Barrow can't be with us today. He is ill. So, Councillor Lewis, would you like to just give him a written response? Carl's not here today.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. We have no petitions.
Questions, have we missed one?
One has been withdrawn from the meeting.
The reasons.
It's been rejected by the monitoring officer. Item 8 is reserves position and reserves policy. Could I ask the Director of Finance to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. briefly introduce the report. So this is the reserves position and the reserves policy for the local authority. This is the first of 4 reports today that relates to the budget for 25-26. And this particular report covers the movements in balances on the council's general and earmarked reserves. Also covers the council's updated reserves policy. Members will be aware it's a legal requirement for local authorities to assess their level of reserves when setting the budget of the organisation. Also, you'll be aware that reserves are assessed and monitored through the financial year to ensure that the overall financial management arrangements of the organisation are robust. As we know, reserves can only be used once to fund expenditure, and once the balance is depleted, there is no more funding in the reserve to fund the expenditure. Reserves are categorised as general reserve or earmarked reserve. So the local authority's general reserve is the reserve that is used as a working balance, as a contingency if there's any emergency issues that occur. The current balance of the County Council at December 24 for the general reserve is 35 million, and it is forecast to be at that level for March 25. It is forecast over the period of the medium-term financial plan of the organisation not to go below £25 million. This is regarded as the minimum level the reserve should go to for an organisation the size of the County Council. So earmarked reserves are reserves used to meet predicted liabilities, and they are used for a specific purpose that they are set aside for. If there's any funds no longer required, they should be transferred to the general reserve. The report in front of you provides a narrative for the reserves with balances over 5 million.
It does appear that is the case, but it shouldn't have happened. No. Because if you have a vote now before it's proposed and seconded, it won't count. Continue, Mr. Kenyon. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Okay. So members will be aware that the council's used reserves support the running of the council for a number of financial years, mainly because of the impacts of demand pressures and inflationary pressures. And over the last 3 years, a significant amount has been used. And in the current financial year, forecasting to use around £44 million of reserves if the predicted overspending in the reports later on actually materialises. The balance of the earmarked reserves is forecast to be 140 million at March 25. And as you know, the County Council, through its annual financial cycle, reviews its reserves every autumn. And we've come to the position that we're likely to use £30 million worth of earmarked reserves that will be released to the general reserve to actually fund the ongoing pressures that I've just described in the current financial year. So the report then goes on to detail the movements in reserves for the current financial year and the balances through to 2028. The important point is there is no requirement to use reserves to set the budget for 25-26, which is obviously a good position to be in. The report then talks about the reserves policy and the technical changes in the reserve policy, just to reflect working arrangements within the organisation, and a copy of the reserves policy is included in Appendix 5 of the report. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to take any technical questions.
Are there any such technical questions for Mr. Kenyon? Councillor Fordham, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start, if I may, just ask a question on 2.14. And if I understood correctly, just drawing back in 2.12, the balance of the general reserve is 35 million. And the level of the general reserve is forecast to be 25 million. So we'll take 10 million out, I think, in the course of setting this budget. 25 million presents a significant risk, quoting 2.14, of the general reserve falling below 25 million. Now, given the recommended reserve should be between 3 and 5, and your forecast is 2.8 to 3.3, can I ask specifically that opening line of 2.14? This means there is no planned call on the council's general reserve to meet the 2024-25 forecast. So when you say there is no planned call, when we get Q1 and we do call on the reserves, how do we trust this statement? Given the last 8 quarters we have drawn on reserves, how will this 9th quarter be different? How do I put my hand in the air saying we have on paper a balanced budget, but the truth is, your words, no planned calls, significant risk rather than serious risk, significant now, it was serious last year. How do we know that we're not just setting a paper budget in full knowledge that, as we have in the last 8 quarters, we will draw on the reserves?
Mr Kenyon, please.
Thank you, Chair. So just to completely clarify, so in the financial year in 25-26, there's no planned use of reserves. We as an organisation have got to manage within our budgets and live within our budgets to make sure that we don't call on reserves in the following financial year in 25-26. We will go on and talk about the budget in the next couple of papers, and that sets out my sort of risk assessment around the level of reserves and also the level of assurance I have around the budget itself. But clearly the organisation has to live within its financial means going forward to make sure that the reserves that we talk about in this paper are protected.
Thank you, Mr Kenyon. Could I have a proposal, please?
Thank you, Chairman. And before I start, I want to offer my sincere gratitude to everyone who's been involved in the publication of these financial documents you have before you today. It has been no mean task, and year by year we go, I think we start in autumn and we work through to this point. Quite a few mechanisms at play, and one of those mechanisms is to review every reserve within the organisation to make sure it is allocated in the appropriate way and allocated for the appropriate purpose. And that is done, and we go through every single one of those earmarked reserves with a fine-tooth comb to establish whether they are in the right place for the right purpose. So I thank all the officers who've been involved in that process, and members also. This report ironically talks about the the Q3 projections for this year, where we have a paper later on in the agenda that talks about the Q2 projections for this year, which is an anomaly of timetabling of meetings, and that is purely the reason behind it. So I might as well make clear that we're talking in this paper about the Q3 figures that are itemised within this report. With regard to the comments made by Councillor Fordham earlier, I think it would be worth pointing out that we need to separate the setting of the council's budget with the in-year overspends, because they are two totally different vehicles for causing challenges for the organisation. And we have a statutory duty to set a balanced budget, a legal requirement to set a balanced budget, and that is what the process today is all about. It would be inappropriate to project, as Councillor Fordham has suggested, what we are likely to do in Q1 of next year. But there is undoubtedly service pressures in adult care and children's services, the children we are responsible for and should care for, on this authority. They will remain, but we have to put measures in place to deal with the setting of the budget today. The paper talks very clearly about the overall earmarked reserves, the £205 million figure that is itemised within this document, and how those reserves are going to be reallocated. And it also highlights the fact that this authority will be maintaining a general reserve for the forthcoming year of £35 million. Sorry about that. The microphone decided to drop out. Wonder why. It's getting tired like others. So, Chairman, without further ado, I'm going to move the recommendations within the report, and I'll do my best to answer any questions that may come along during the debate. So I move the recommendations within the body of the report. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder, please?
That Chairman, and reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Councillor Gillett, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't actually going to say anything, but I will first of all just say a few words. And I just want to echo what Councillor Spencer said in terms of the finance staff, both in terms of the preparation of the report and the advice and briefings they've given us. They've been excellent, and the quality of the reports in terms of the layout and the changes that you've done this year, I think have been really helpful as well and should be recognised. In terms of the reserves, I don't propose to say a great deal. I think the main event is the revenue budget, and we may as well not say it twice. The things that we're going to say should be said then, other than to point out that the key thing is that we have spent a heck of a lot of reserves over the last 3 years. We have, and we can all go over that again, and I'm sure we might do in a little while, but it doesn't change the fact that this is the last chance saloon now. If we start going into those reserves that are left, I think the game is up. And Mr Kenyon has presented what he says is a robust budget, but I think, as Councillor Fordham has said, if that proves to be inaccurate, then this council has problems, because there's very little left.
Councillor Fordham, please.
Chair, I just want to sort of follow up really and take on board what Councillor Spencer has said. The problem is, reading this report, we have to make a balanced judgment and individually vote for what we think is right. You know, and the report, however, has so many red flags through it. 2.9, 114 million from reserves. 2.12, we're below the recommended prudent level for risk-based reserves. 2.21, additional borrowing required to meet capital expenditure. 2.14, significant risk. At what point do those red flags become the crisis that they appear to be? I may be misreading it, but I think Mr Kenyon's language and the Finance Officer's reports have got more and more serious year on year. You've led this council for 8 years. You've been in government for 10. Is this really how you want local government financed and stable and progressing? Scratching by quarter, just to write reports that say balanced, that then every quarter are not balanced. It's not sustainable for us as councillors, for the council corporately. It's not fair for those seeking to provide services, and the evidence is it's not providing good services. We are being criticised in report after report. What's the sticker on the car I saw earlier? I'm not driving badly, I'm avoiding the potholes. Every paragraph of this report identifies risks going from moderate to serious, now to significant. We are now below the recommended levels for prudent reserves. We're at 25 million general reserve, will go to 25 million and cannot fall below 25 million. But we'll vote it through today.
I have no more names. Councillor Spencer, would you like to close?
I will close, and I find it difficult. It's pretty common knowledge that local authorities up and down the country are facing significant challenges. It is common knowledge that particularly authorities up and down the country are facing challenges in the same areas we have. And the demographic of Derbyshire is particularly affected by adult social care because of its age demographic across the county as a whole. So we feel that impact far more greatly than possibly others. And of course, we have a legal responsibility to care for our children in care as our responsibility, and rightly so we should. And I don't accept that painting the picture of doom and gloom. What I accept is taking responsible decisions and facing the challenges head on to make sure that this council runs effective, efficient services and lives within its means. And that's what we have achieved in doing this year in particular. And I will come to how we've achieved that within the revenue budget shortly. And I do pay tribute to those people who've been involved in that. Let's have the debate on the revenue budget, Chairman, and I will highlight the issues I've just articulated. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could we move to the vote, please? Is there anybody wishes to vote that hasn't? Okay, that's unanimous then. Thank you. The recommendations are approved. Move to item 9, the budget consultation results. Could I ask the Director of Finance to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So the paper sets out the results of consultation processes that the Council has undertaken over the past few months. Also includes feedback from consultation with the Corporate Joint Committee and feedback from the Improvement and Scrutiny Committee resources at its December and January 2025 meetings in relation to the budget. In relation to specific savings proposals detailed in the revenue budget, there may be a need to actually undertake specific consultation exercises depending on the type of saving that is proposed. The Council, as usual, has also consulted with representatives of business ratepayers across the county, and to date, no direct feedback has been provided. This is to fulfil the County Council's statutory requirement around budget consultation. A pre-budget engagement survey also ran for 6 weeks, starting on the 6th of November, and a total of 1,054 responses were received. And the report itself provides a detail and narrative into the responses that have actually been received into that consultation or that pre-budget consultation survey. This includes some very high-level comments and also some detailed narrative in the appendices of the report as well. So this is a brief introduction to the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any such questions? Mr. Kenyon? No? Could I have a proposal then, please? Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Chairman. And I have to say, this report is quite interesting and quite enlightening this year in some of the interesting responses we've received from the public during the survey period. And this year we carried out a slightly different process to make it more, how should I say, more detailed, with a targeted random knock and drop survey of households within Derbyshire, consultation with the trade unions, consultation at the Resources and Improvements Committee, and statutory consultation with the business taxpayers. And it is quite an interesting response, I have to say, Chairman, when you look at the percentages of comments. Just let me give you a taster. 81% of respondents supported work with other councils to deliver services jointly. 71% supported other ways of working to deliver services such as local community groups and charities. 69% supported offer more services online, use of AI particularly. 60% supported combining districts and county councils into one single tier authority. That is a particular interest when it comes to the proposals government have put forward at this moment in time. And it also clearly indicates that what the people of Derbyshire are concerned about is not who delivers the services, it's how we deliver the services. So on that basis, Chairman, I'm happy to move the recommendations of the report. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Happy to second and again reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Are there any questions or observations on the paper, please? Councillor Fordham.
Just a brief observation, Chair. Could I say, firstly, I think it's really good that the budget process and the budget consultation went through improvement and scrutiny. I've long advocated that all of the scrutiny committee should go through that process. But could I just, I guess, sort of associate myself with the members of Improvement and Scrutiny Resources in trying to make the point I made just now about reserves and how low they got, and being pointed out by Councillor Spencer that I was wrong. They also, it seems, are in the wrong. Concerns in relation to the level of reserves available if it continues to overspend. So I hope that members of the committee take on board that in my being wrapped here today, they also are being wrapped over the knuckles by Councillor Spencer for the points they fairly made.
Councillor Kinsella, please.
Yeah, I note in 2.7 of the report that we're yet again underrepresenting our young people, and the report talks about the 18 to 24 age group. I think it was this time last year I asked the same question about what would we do to target these groups by outreach work and other creative initiatives. And I don't see any particular change here. I mean, these are a group that potentially do use council services, and we're looking at some of the high cost services around children's services. So what are we going to do? Ask the question again, what are we going to do to make sure that young people in this age group are represented and do have their voice heard?
Any further questions or observations? No. Councillor Spencer, would you like to close?
Yes, Chairman, I will. And of course, the Scrutiny Committee were concerned that we maintained a suitable level of reserves within the organisation, as I am, as every member of this authority is. But you cannot get away from the fact, Councillor Fordham, that we have faced significant challenges in the last 2-3 years, and the authority has managed to come through that in a way that many authorities have not been able to do. And that has been down to the efforts that this organisation has made to address those concerns. And there will always be concern that unexpected may arrive that we have to deal with and take measures to address. I agree with Councillor Kinsella. Having better engagement with young people would be my preference also. And I would encourage them, and we will, and we have encouraged them in the past, to come forward and express their views, and will continue to do so. I don't know how the targeted knock and drop methodology was used, but I suspect that the element you were talking about would be part of that assessment as well, Councillor Kinsella. I'll have to check that for you, and I can respond to you accordingly. But on that basis, Chairman, I'll sit down at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we move to the vote then, please? And I'll remind members that this is a shout your name out vote. For or against? No, that's the wrong one. Move to vote, please. Thank you. Okay, again, thank you. That appears to be unanimous. The recommendations are approved. Item 10, the Revenue Budget and Report 25-26, please. And could I ask the Director of Finance to again introduce the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this budget report sets out the proposals for the next financial year. They've been prepared in the context of significant financial challenges for the local authority. These include sort of an economic context in terms of high inflation, particularly at the start of the financial year, and high cost and high demand for services. This has resulted in a forecast overspend for the current financial year and what was a gap in 25-26, which has been met, the gap in 25-26 through proposals set out in the report in front of you. So in terms of the outturn forecast for the current financial year, we're currently forecasting at Q3, which is the end of December 2024, an overspend of £26 million in revenue. The report breaks this overspend down by department. The main pressures are the ones that we've suffered over recent years, those being in children's services and adult social care, which are mainly demand and the cost of actual individual care in those areas is higher than the budget. The forecast outturn position as well is after the use of the £10 million contingency for children's services placement pressures. So in terms of setting the budget for next year, a key element of it was obviously the local government finance settlement. The final settlement for local government was released last week, and it was mainly in line with the provisional finance settlement announced before Christmas. Overall, nationally, there's a 6.8% increase in local government core spending power, which is mainly a government-driven measure of how much funding is increased by local authorities. Locally, the County Council is set to receive a 7.2 increase in core spending power, which is obviously slightly above the national average. The settlement confirmed the grant levels and the overall funding the Council will receive in 25-26. So as already mentioned, the report recommends that the Council accepts the need to levy the adult social care precept at 2% and also increase the council tax by 2.99% in 25-26, a total increase of 4.99%. This is in recognition, obviously, of the pressures that the council is facing, particularly in those areas of social care. An element of this budget for the County Council is allocating a significant amount of money towards service pressures. This is £103 million in 25-26. If I could just highlight a few of those pressures that the Council will fund next year. There's £21 million in adult social care and health for the national living wage and the employer's national insurance contribution, which will impact the private and voluntary independent sector. There's a £22 million increase in the base budget for adult social care, recognising the continued pressure around core care packages and social worker teams. In children's services, there's £5 million for contractual inflation, and there's £19 million for demographic pressures in children's services, predominantly around placement and transport. Also, there's an assumption as well around the pay award in 25-26, and that's going to forecast to cost the council around £12.2 million, and that's based on the latest intelligence we have around how that pay award might pan out. Also, there's provision in the budget for the increased national insurance contributions for employers. This is forecast to be around £6.3 million, and the government is compensating us with a £5.7 million grant to cover some of that pressure. The budget sets out a number of savings proposals. They're set out in the appendices to the report. They include £18.6 million of new savings proposals for the budget for 25-26, and this is on top of £18.9 million worth of savings for 25-26 that were approved in the current financial year's budget, i.e. a year ago in February 24. So this means there's a total savings requirement in 25-26 of £37.5 million for the local authority. And the appendices to the report sets out how those will be achieved through a number of savings proposals. The report also details the future years in terms of a 5-year financial plan. You can see that there's a gap in that from 26-27, so the council will be required to find further savings over a 5-year period in total of around £50 million. This is mainly to reflect the pressures that we're aware of at the moment, and obviously the funding that we're aware of as well. So the reserves we've already covered in the previous reports, but I just want to highlight the risks and uncertainties. As usual, when we set the budget, it's appropriate for the Section 151 officer to detail the number of risks and uncertainties the organisation faces and how that transpires into financial pressures. So obviously the achievement of savings is a risk. We need to achieve the savings as set out in the budget, or alternative savings proposals to maintain the financial standing of the organisation. We need to manage any service pressures above the ones that have been highlighted or funded in the budget report. And also we've got the risk and uncertainty of any nationally agreed factors that might impact the budget that we're not aware of. For example, the pay award might be higher than that we've forecasted in the budget report. Also, there's also general economic situation of the country, which might increase things like inflation or something like that, which is obviously a key component in terms of the budget. And if the inflation turns out to be higher than those assumptions around things like contractual inflation, that will obviously create a budget pressure. So the report includes my conclusion as a Section 151 officer of the organisation on the robustness of the budget estimates and the adequacy of reserves. So that is all I wanted to say, Chairman. I'm happy to answer any technical questions.
Are there any technical questions from Mr. Kenyon? Okay, no? Okay, could I have a proposer then, please? Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues will be aware of the challenges we spoke about at this time last year. And I firstly want to start with the achievements of this organisation over the past 12 months in facing those challenges and meeting our expectation of the budget that was set by this organisation this time last year. And when I talk about that, Chairman, I talk about the £31 million worth of savings that were itemised within the budgetary report for last year, and the fact that we've met 100% of those requests and targets that were laid out in that report, which in its own right is a huge achievement for any organisation, let alone an organisation under the pressures that this organisation, the County Council, has. There is a continued requirement in adult social care that has been highlighted in previous debates, in previous papers. I have no doubt that that will continue for years to come. And there is a continual pressure with regard to young people in the care of this authority. Both those things we do attempt to mitigate and recognise that they are ongoing pressures within the body of this report. And you can see within the body of this report the measures that have been put in place to address that particular issue. When you look at the report, Chairman, we identify or we make some assumptions of requirements of the organisation. This document assumes a council tax increase this year of 4.99%, which will be allocated as it has been in the past in the traditional way. And it makes certain assumptions on pay levels over the coming 12 months. And it makes assumptions on other elements that make up the overall budget of the authority, all itemised within the body of the report. Those assumptions have to be taken in good faith and have to be made in good faith also. But nobody can say what they are likely to change to. We did hear at the beginning of the year, Chairman, from the government that we were going to fully be compensated for the national insurance increases that this authority has faced as a consequence of the budget was set. That has not been fulfilled. And what concerns me with regard to that is it's paid in the form of a grant. So it can be stopped at the whim of the government at any time. It isn't a compensation programme, and there is a deficiency between what we're paying out at 6.3 million and the 5.7 we are receiving, which is £600,000, just for those who haven't calculated it already. That is of concern to me, Chairman, and it is an ongoing concern, particularly with our private sector providers who deliver care, particularly. We are undoubtedly going to see costs rise as a consequence of that national insurance hike, because they are going to face pressures themselves with regard to pay and costs as organisations are in their own right. This document, Chairman, takes us not into a good place, but into a place that we can manage the challenges we face. And I just want to pay tribute. Councillor Gillett's already mentioned the way in which Mr. Kenyon and his team has transformed the way in which we present these documents. And I also want to recognise that, because I think there has been a stepped improvement on how that has been delivered and the transparency within those documents. And I know that there has been dialogue between all groups within this organisation, which has been encouraged. So everybody has a clear and definite understanding of the challenges the organisation faces. But those challenges are not going to go away, Chairman. And we need to continue to drive forward with our savings targets that are itemised within this body of this report. Over the last 13 years, this authority has saved £330 million from its base budget. It is projected to have saved £368 million by the time we get to the end of 26. That is a huge achievement when you look at the overall budget that the authority has in its own right. And that will make us very much focus on the challenges we face as far as delivery, efficiency, and what we can do and how we should do it. And the savings targets will remain to be there. There has been a bit of good news today, I have to say, Chairman, and as a consequence of receiving an update report only this morning, there has been some business rates benefits to the organisation. We've been waiting for Chesterfield to do their return because it was a bit late in coming, and there was another £2 million, or £2,047,904 coming into the organisation of business rate return, which will negate the need to draw on the reserves in totality for the forthcoming year, which is a good thing, I have to say. There has also been a slight change in the NI figures, which I've already spoken to you about. That did go up slightly, but not to the extent it needed to. Chairman, this report highlights the challenges we face, and we've got some clear proposals coming forward. And Councillor Fordham mentioned the Commission. We will be calling the Commission together in due course, Councillor Fordham, and I do appreciate your attendance for the last one. I think we had a constructive dialogue about the challenges the organisation faces, and we will continue to bring together all parties to discuss those challenges and how we intend to face them. This authority is going to have to continue to keep its foot on the gas, because if we don't, we will slip behind and we will not be in a suitable shape to deal with the in-year pressures that undoubtedly will come along for whatever reason. So, Chairman, I'm not going to say an awful lot more. I know members will have their views to make. So on that basis, I'm going to move the recommendations in the report, and I'll endeavour to answer any questions that come up in the debate that follows. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. I've got a seconder, please. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. I'm pleased to second the recommendations here that hopefully deliver a balanced budget for 25-26, a budget that, despite the difficulties, will deliver stability, protect services and ensure responsible financial management for the county. And I'd like, if I don't get the opportunity to get back on my feet again, to thank Mr Kenyon and his team and all within the organisation who have helped deliver savings in this year and in the forthcoming year as well. But I reserve the right to speak, Chairman.
Are there any observations or questions? Councillor Dixon, please. Oh, sorry. Councillor Fordham. Oh, sorry.
Okay, Chair. It's difficult to know where to start with the paper, really. I mean, 200 pages of reports. But the truth is, this is not where this council should be. It's not where local government should be. It's not meeting the ambitions or the needs of our residents. And I'll repeat again, you've been in office here for 8 years and in government for 10. I really don't see how your vision changes. It's going to be better in the years ahead. And we've got a Labour government now, so maybe that's the answer you're advocating, which seems a little curious. The truth is, local government finances being skinned to the bone. You said we've saved, I think, 300 million or 300 plus million. I didn't catch the precise amount. That, of course, doesn't take into account the SINFIN contracts. It doesn't take into account the 114 million we've taken out of reserves. the solution, the Budget Commission, a fascinating and helpful discussion into adult care. But one of your solutions is to use the market and have adult care provided by external providers, not least because they're outstripping us in volume. And yet your own reports identify the risk that brings to us over national insurance. You can't, on the one hand, advocate the market and on the other, place in your report the very risk that it will project this council over the edge of bankruptcy. There is a fundamental financial disconnection there, and you are playing a dangerous game, closing our own services, going to the external market, and yet then saying in your report that that will provide a risk to us. You said some of the risk here is due to uncertainty. That's not true. Your closing of adult care and children's services and using the market is not uncertainty. It is a deliberate choice by you, and it places this authority at risk. Now, in terms of the Budget Commission, I said at that meeting, and to your face, Councillor Spencer, that I regarded you on this matter as the devil incarnate. We were teasing gently. If we're in an election year, I mean, you would think that the largest opposition would be poised with bated breath to take control, but it appears that they are the devil in absentia rather than the devil incarnate. Their inability to turn up, their inability to contribute, their ability, quite legion, over the last 4 years I've sat here to abstain on every significant vote has been gently impressive. Most of the savings in this year's budget come about as a result of 2 to 3 year savings. I have long advocated that local government should have a 4 or 5 year settlement, something that outstretches the quadrennium that we are elected to. But let's look at elements of the council. Have we received in this budget or other budgets any single grant that other councils of our like also didn't get? Which suggests that your lobbying at a national level hasn't been very successful. Have the number of staff we employ at 80 to £100,000 gone down? It hasn't, it's gone up. Have the number of layers of staff, from the chief exec at the top to the staff and the coalface, has that improved by having fewer levels? No, absolutely not. There are more people with the title assistant in their title than there have ever been. I genuinely doubt whether this is realistically a balanced budget. I see the words on the page, but the warning signs, the red flags raised by the finance team are too loud to ignore. We are overspent, we are against the wall, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any better. You are not advocating a change to local government finance, you're putting services out to the market. You are not advocating inclusion of all members in the discussion and detail of this. The Budget Commission, it was fascinating. I was grateful for the time, but it wasn't a deep dive. It was an exploratory scene setting. When I actually took away some of the issues and questions it raised, actually all I saw were more financial flags in the form of, for example, just the national insurance, which I've cited. We've saved £300 million. We have cut services. We have closed facilities. We have more buildings for sale, I suspect, than services provided. We still own a castle. Ridiculous that in this day and age we aren't protecting services and getting certain assets off of our register. I cannot support this budget paper and will be voting against it. It is a revenue budget report that propels us to the very edge of credibility. I hear what you say about how much effort people have put into it. I take that entirely on board. After 10 years of a Tory government slashing local government to the bone, every council has strained every sinew. But I do not accept that this paper presents the answers. It pushes us further towards the brink of poor service delivery, of financial ruin, and with no investment in either young people or the future. The measures for sustainability in relation to other aspects of spending are nil. I'll be voting against this budget today and being inconsistent, in that regard. The Budget Commission, another meeting may be called. It feels a little late. It was good to get one in before Christmas, a nice little gesture. But here we are, 6-7 weeks later. And it wasn't that urgent, really, was it, when the devil incarnate failed to meet with the devil in absentia? I'll be voting against this budget in full.
Councillor Dixon, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Fordham for his kind words. And with some sincerity, I would like to thank Mr Kenyon and his team for all the work they have put into this, and particularly give reference to Mr Catlow and Ms Green for the excellent briefings that they have been given to our team. And I will report, I definitely found the style of writing much improved, and I thank you for that. And as ever, I always agree with Simon on many things. And I too acknowledge the challenging times which we face with increases in costs for children's social care, adult social care, and with SEND. But we cannot escape from two essential facts. The first one is that for 14 years, the coalition government and then the Conservative government have failed to fund local government adequately. And secondly, this authority failed to modernise and make difficult decisions. This administration failed to make difficult decisions, and that resulted in the council's finances being brought to its knees. You failed to see the £46 million black hole in the budget, and over the last 18 months, we've seen an unholy scramble where you've slashed, burned and sold off anything you can in a bonfire of the services to balance the budget. And the people of Derbyshire can see that. Simon, you talk about your achievements. Let's have a look. The papers have branded us the pothole capital of the country. We failed the most, don't laugh, because we failed the most vulnerable of our children in this county with a failed Ofsted inspection. You've shut children's centres and cut over 100 support staff. You've closed day centres for people with learning disabilities. And not satisfied with selling off several homes about 2.5 years ago, you're now selling off the rest of the residential ones, reneging on your manifesto. You hiked up school meal prices and yet refuse to say how many children can no longer afford a warmed cooked meal at lunchtime. You've put up adult care charges, so some people are now paying in excess of £1,000 per month. You cut funding to charity that offer friendship and support to older people, minority groups or people with other vulnerabilities, like Bolsover Woodland Enterprise in my division. And you've also cut funding to voluntary sector infrastructure groups like the CVS, who are the backbone of the charity and volunteering sector. Simon, you talk about the £330 million that you have saved as an achievement. But I remember back in the days between 2013 and 17, you were the ones criticising us for making some tough choices. And whilst we were making cuts, which we knew we had to make to keep our finances on track. So if you saving 330 million is a huge achievement, we contributed to 157 million of that, but you didn't hail us then. And then you failed for nearly 7 years to make tough decisions. And despite generous settlements, extra COVID money, you failed to modernise. As I said, you have to scrabble around, make hasty choices, slash and burn, sell everything off just to keep the lights on. Furthermore, when we left power, we were putting money into the reserves. And I have to praise the foresight of a previous finance officer who introduced the RCCO reserves, which we've relied so heavily on in the last few years. But you have burned through the reserves and taken out a staggering 154 million in 3 financial years. Now, the Labour government has said it will change the way local government is funded by fixing the foundations of local government finance, something the Tories failed to do for 14 years. We've just had our first settlement, and the report shows that the total general government grant to this county council has risen from just short of 143 million to 170 million in this year alone. Furthermore, this Labour government has committed to multi-year settlements, something that the LGA, the CCN and county treasurers have long asked for. If you look at table 9 in appendix 5, you can see that compared with last year, we've had 40 million more in social care grant, 6 million more in better care grant, 4.4 million to meet increased national NI contributions. And if we kept a few more services in-house, we'd have received a bit more. But you've stupid staff over to Virtus and Concertus and outsourced other services and left us vulnerable. And then we've had an extra 11.7 million from the EPRP grant. As I said previously, £1 in funding and multi-year settlements coming next. But the trouble is you're ideologically blinkered, and I suspect that some of you are still a bit sore that you lost the election so badly. As the report states, treasurers have for years wanted multi-year settlements, providing local authorities with some certainty, supporting medium-term financial growth and financial stability. The local government was given single-year settlements. When this government came to power, it made it clear that it had to fix the foundations of local government finances. It needs time to deliver on this. It cannot be rushed. So they made it clear that whilst it sorted out the £22 million black hole of empty promises that the Tories left, there would be a single one-year settlement, and then Labour would deliver multi-year settlements. And I have to say, in a strangely emotive language for a finance report, it says that you have implored government for a multi-year settlement. However, unlike the Conservative government, Labour has listened. It actually values local government and is delivering multi-year settlements. But you don't want to give them the credit because you are the ones who are ideologically fixated. And finally, let's move on to the budget setting. In about 10 weeks' time, you will be leaving this county's finances in a very sorry state, just like the last Conservative did for this Labour government. And we will have to set out fixing the foundations of the county's finances. We recognise the pressures on local government finances caused by your mismanagement. And the only sensible thing to do in this instant is to support the council tax rise in order to help preserve and rebuild the services that you've slashed, burnt and sold off. Thank you.
Councillor Dale, please.
Thank you, Chair. Who here can honestly believe a word that Keir Starmer's Labour Party actually ever said? Honest to God, who can believe it? They pledged they wouldn't increase council tax. Not a penny more, we heard from Keir Starmer, only a few months before the election. And where is the money? Where's that money that enables councils like ours to freeze council tax? It doesn't exist. It was a broken promise like every other one of the Labour broken promises that we've heard. They told pensioners they wouldn't take away the winter fuel allowance. What are they doing? They're taking away the winter fuel allowance. They told farmers they wouldn't mess with inheritance tax. What have they done? They've played around with inheritance tax. They told everyone they wouldn't increase taxes on working people, and indirectly they're leading to thousands of job losses around the country through the savage NI increases. They told WASPI women, as we're going to come on to later, that they would fix the problems that WASPI women faced. They're absolutely talking nonsense. It's rubbish. I think one of the really important things, this paper deals with the local government settlement, which is, welcome the increase we've had. But if we look at the other aspect of the budget, DSG only a few weeks ago, and Councillor George was there with us, was actually probably one of the worst settlements for our schools that we've seen in many years, certainly one that I can remember. Despite all of that rhetoric from Labour about supporting our schools, when you take away the fact that the pay award was only funded to March and the demographic changes, what we're looking at for the average increase for our schools in Derbyshire is a 0.3% increase on the budget. That's not even keeping pace with day-to-day inflation of 2.7% or whatever it is at this moment in time. And rubbing salt in the wound even more is that they've been told that next year's pay award they have to find through their own budget or through efficiencies. So what we're really looking at, you know, in real terms and in cash terms, is a big fat cut for our schools. Where is Labour standing up on this issue? Where are they telling people and that they're supporting our schools and writing to their own government and complaining about the settlement that we're getting for our schools? We don't hear a word of it. They pretend they're on the side of public services, they pretend they're on the side of schools, and it's not actually the case. And then when you look at elsewhere, you know, elsewhere in the education budget, we've just found out that the adult education budget nationally is going to be cut by another 2%. You know, we know that adult education, I'm sure everyone in this room would agree that adult education is key to social mobility, it's key to improving employment and skills, and it's absolutely essential to the government's apparent growth mission. You know, but at the same time, they're cutting that budget by 2%. So I think really no one here can trust what a word that Keir Starmer's Labour government say. They can't be trusted to run the country, and Keir Starmer's Labour absolutely cannot be trusted to run this council because they will run it to the ground.
Councillor Cupid, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I'm going to echo quite a lot of what Councillor Dales said, but in the context of the highways budget, because I'm not sure I could let Councillor Dixon's comments lie. Councillor Dixon has spoke a lot about the importance of figures, but I would urge all members to actually get them right. As the relevant Cabinet member, I want to correct again incorrect statements by the opposition and by others with regards to media reports on potholes. None of us deny that we need to improve our road conditions, and I've been really honest in that and really blunt in that with residents. But it is incorrect to state that Derbyshire is the pothole capital of the country. That statement has been categorically and factually disproved many times. That data that it was based on from the RAC report was from an FOI that is now 5 years old data, even though the government recycled it again at Christmas, but it was in relation to the number of potholes we'd actually filled and works done, rather than the work that was outstanding, which is what every other council submitted. I've never quite known a council being penalised for filling potholes before. The Labour government has stated it will change the way local government is funded. I noted that from Councillor Dixon's statement. That's not working well, I'm afraid, for roads so far and potholes, as we've actually had less money than ever before for roads this year, despite a couple of the worst and most extreme winters and weather conditions on record that have put massive pressure on our highways service. Multi-year settlements was also something that Councillor George raised. And again, I would welcome those, and I think cross-party we would do. But sadly, I note that keeps on getting nudged on. And at the point at which the government made a lot of noise in January about giving us the same money we always get before Christmas for highways, they also quietly, I'm happy to make a noise about it, scrapped the 8.3 billion extra for our roads that we were going to get from the HS2 money in favour of us giving us the 1.6 billion we usually get. So that's quite a massive loss and difference. Now, Councillor Spencer didn't comment on this. I'm sure he was saving it for his closing speech. But I can confirm, unlike the government, this administration is focusing on actions, not words. We've done one of our biggest resurfacing programmes ever this year, and we're protecting the highways budget next year in recognition it's a priority to residents, and we're trying to do more with less, which we'll keep trying to do. There's a lot still to do. I don't deny that for residents. I travel the roads every day, but we're the ones actually getting on with it, Chair. So I wanted to correct the record on that.
Thank you. Councillor Gillett, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's always difficult to know where to start when you're responding to some of the comments that have just been made. The current budget, you'd make anybody think from what you're saying everything's fine, and yet we're taking the best part of £40 million out of reserves to balance the budget. And yet I think what you said was we're meeting expectations in terms of delivery. But if we're overspending by £50 million, or 40 to £50 million, and they're having explain why we've had problems in the past 2 or 3 years as well. I certainly won't take any lessons from Councillor Dale, the man who's ran education in this authority for 8 years and had one of the most damning, absolutely damning Ofsted reports, and he's still got the nerve to sit there and then for not giving them extra funding.
Kevin, could you sit down just for a second? There's an issue with your microphone. It keeps going in and out, and I think those with hearing issues.
Use mine. I think it's probably where this issue. It's not on yet. Now go.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Sorry. So, as I said, we have the usual Tory attacks. Criticise Labour for tax rises, criticise Labour for not giving us enough money. Well, where does the money come from? It comes from taxes. You can't have it both ways. Labour's been in power now for 8 years in government. If anybody seriously thinks that after 8 years in power, following on from 8 months in power, following on for 14 years, can put right the mess we're in, then that is for the birds, and the public know that. This authority is now a shadow of what it was when I first came onto it, and certainly a shadow of what it was when you took over 8 years ago. Things we used to do, we simply do not do now, and that behind all the list of service cuts that we've got, all the savings, as Councillor Dixon has said, there are people. This is not a paper exercise. There are people suffering out there because of the cuts that are taking place at this authority. You blame everybody else for that, and you assume that after 8 years, you have no responsibility. None of your decisions have had any effect at all, but clearly they have. And we've gone through them in the past, so I won't repeat them. Councillor Ford has made the valid point, really. The budget is what it is today. The finance officer says it's robust and it's balanced, and we have to take him at his word. But I am dubious as well, because to make this budget balance over a year, 3 things have got to come in as projected, and they haven't so far. That's adult social care, SEND, and also children's services. And is there anything to believe that they will come on budget this year?
They're just going to put it back on. There you go.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you? We'll be blown out of the water, and there is insufficient reserves left now. We're down to the bare minimum when it comes to the general reserve, and I think it's £83 million left in the earmark reserves to support revenue. Well, that'll take us through this year, but once we're into that in any significant level, yeah. So, we are a responsible opposition at the end of the day. Do I want to put council tax up by 4.99%? No, I don't. It means that over the lifetime of this administration, the last 4 years, it's gone up by over 20%. You were elected on the promise to keep council tax low. You've put it up by over a fifth in 4 years, and yet you are still massively cutting services. But the hole is so deep that it would be irresponsible, I think, not to take that money today, because without it, the problem will just get worse. That doesn't mean I agree with everything else in the report if I'm going to vote for it today, but it just means that I have no choice. I really feel I have no choice but to support a council tax increase in those circumstances. So, we've heard everything what you've said. It's Punch and Judy, we all know that, but this is a serious situation that we're in, because ultimately behind all of this are people in Derbyshire who are badly affected by the cuts to the services and the financial situation that you left the country in and that you're leaving the council in.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm glad at least one member of the Labour group recognises that DCC's money comes from the taxpayer. I know the leader and the deputy leader of the group over there are a bit unclear on that in the past, so at least one person can clarify that in your group. I think it's fair to say that in recent years, successive governments have actually underfunded local government, and I don't think, though, that this Labour government is a knight in shining armour coming up over the hill with the resources. As Councillor Dale, Councillor Cupid have already outlined, and Councillor Spencer as well, we find ourselves in the situation because we still do not have the necessary resources coming from government in the way that was promised. Now, we'll see whether multi-year settlements actually materialise in the way that was suggested by this government. It never did under the previous government, even though it was promised. Part of that was because of the situation within the Treasury and the lack of funds to be able to sort of do that. I think that situation's got worse. So I can't see that actually happening. Hope it does, but I'm not 100% sure that it will. Now, I know we're playing to the sort of the press gallery here somewhat today, and the comments by Councillor Dixon and Councillor Fordham are very keen to try and denigrate the efforts of this organisation. Obviously, it's beneficial for them to point that out and make the worst picture possible. But the fact is, the situation is somewhat better this year, and partly, and in fact mostly, because we have taken the necessary action as an administration and an organisation to deliver those savings. And there is a plan for sustainability long term in terms of trying to resolve our budget issues. And as I say, the picture is much better than it was. And we're getting on with it. Labour, I am sure, will also want to give their tuppence worth on this particular issue, painting that sort of poor picture that Councillor Fordham started with. But despite immense financial pressures that we face as an organisation, we have remained on track to deliver an in-year savings plan, as Councillor Spencer's already outlined, and we're demonstrating strong financial discipline. That's what the public expect of us. We'll continue to do that next year with clear, achievable savings programmes set out in the report. We're here to try and protect those frontline services whilst Derbyshire taxpayers get the maximum value for money. And let's be clear, as has been said, Labour's track record and financial management nationally and locally, and I mentioned those 10% plus council tax rises earlier that have been proposed by other local authorities, nationally their economic plans are crumbling under scrutiny, spending black holes of their own creation, creating the problems already outlined. And there is no coherent plan to fund their ambitions, let alone to fund local government going forward, let alone to be able to set multi-year settlements. We know that locally that their approach would mean higher taxes, out of control spending, hand-wringing on critical decisions that need to be made, and they would drive this council into crisis. Labour in Derbyshire can't be trusted to run a bath, let alone a council. So I wouldn't bet your house on being in charge in this organisation after May the 1st. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Councillor Swan, please. Thank you, Chair. For 8 years, I've sat in this chamber listening to Labour councillors saying how wonderful things were at this authority when they were in control, and how brilliant it would all be if only we had a Labour government. The reality is that council tax more than doubled under Blair and Brown, while in her economy-crashing budget, Rachel Reeves claimed councils would be protected from the impact of her disastrous jobs tax. But that is far from the case. And because of this duplicity, this council will be paying millions more for vital social care services and other key services that it provides. And who does this burden fall upon? The residents and taxpayers of Derbyshire. As Councillor Dale said, in opposition, Sir Keir Starmer promised to freeze council tax. In fact, he told people they could rip up their bills, which is a bit worrying when the Prime Minister thinks that if a bill is frozen, you can just rip it up and not pay it. But there again, if Lord Alley's paying all your expenses, I suppose that's how your mind works. We all know that Sir Keir Starmer is a massive Arsenal fan, although not such a big fan that he would actually consider paying for his own match tickets. I'm pleased to say that every time I visited the Emirates Stadium, my team has come away with the 3 points. But it really is a soulless place where they try to concoct an atmosphere by belting out a dirge of an anthem, North London Forever. It really is very Starmer. London-centric, fake, boring, and very much second best. Labour councillors in this chamber reluctantly pretended to go along with Starmer's fake freeze, but they've always made it plain that they hate the idea of not charging residents as much as possible. And like the Lib Dems, they have repeatedly said they would have increased the council tax for Derbyshire residents by the maximum amount for the last 8 years. Of course, that is what they do. Labour councillors in Birmingham wanted to increase the council tax by 10%. Not to be outdone, the Lib Dems in Windsor thought that 25% was reasonable. And from what Councillor Fordham's always said, I suspect he agrees with them. Chair, I've been looking online and the coverage of this council's finances, and I found this BBC headline: Derbyshire County Council tax rise to plug budget hole. The article says the authority announced that 7 children's centres would close, about 2 million would come out of the budget for repairing potholes, opening hours for libraries would be shortened, and lamps in street lights would not be replaced once they had gone out. About £400,000 is also set to come out of the trading standards budget, and the council said its reserves were likely to fall from 103 million to 33 million. The leader is quoted as saying, "We do have few options now. All the easy options have gone." The leader in question was Anne Weston, so it wasn't such a rosy situation when Labour controlled the council. And that was before we had to deal with the consequences of a worldwide pandemic. It was rather a big impact that it had, Joe. The disaster, a major war in Europe, and of course the disaster of this utter shambles of a government and its economy-crashing budget. Everyone knows Starmer made false promises to local people about freezing council tax, yet this council is forced to increase it because of Labour's political choices. People will not forget that.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or observations? No? Councillor Spencer, could you please close?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I thought this was going to be a very civilised event. This is the last time we shall spar, Joe, but I now believe I need to go out with a bang. So be it.
I need to take cover.
Right. We've heard a lot about what Labour did in their administration between 2013 and 2017. They did a lot. And my colleague behind has just articulated exactly what they did do. And they did most of those things behind closed doors without little consultation and without little input from anybody other than themselves. Things have changed since then, Chairman. We as an authority have carried out consultations in a transparent way. And I am not going to preempt any decisions that will be made at Cabinet in the very near future about proposals with care home provision. But what I am going to say, Chairman, is over the last 3 years in particular, since COVID, people have chosen to take a different course in how they see their care in their old age. And as a consequence of that, Chairman, we have to take measures to make sure that that provision reflects that. And the measures that we make must, address the needs of the individuals rather than purely the needs of how we used to do things in the past. I've heard a lot about burning and selling of property and assets. Let's be quite honest, Chairman. Since COVID, working practices in this organisation, as in every other authority in the country, have changed. We don't require the number of buildings, offices or facilities we required in the past. And just for the record, maintaining those buildings costs the taxpayer money. And this isn't purely about the capital receipt. This is about the revenue expenditure on the bottom line of the council's accounts. You will see a paper in March, Chairman, that is brought to Cabinet that will reflect changes in how our structures deliver those services and where they will be allocated, or those resources will be allocated. I'm assuming, based on what I've heard today, Chairman, that the opposition group will be supporting that. We will wait and see with interest. With regard to the £22 billion black hole, I do wonder what Rachel's been doing for the last 4 years, because my understanding is that the OBR give reports to the leader of, or the treasurer of the opposition group, or the chancellor of the opposition group, on a detailed, regular basis. Yet she says when she came in office, it was a surprise to find the finances in the condition they were. One has to wonder what she was doing. Now, obviously, she wasn't quite sure what job she had. She wasn't quite sure what her history was. And she wasn't quite sure what she was going to do when she got into office, which was blatantly obvious. The economy has been crashed by an NI programme that has destroyed opportunities for people up and down the country. The economy has been crashed in the farming community. When we lose the ability to feed ourselves, Chairman, that will be fundamentally down to Rachel Reeves's policies that she has adopted at the last budget. And when we lose the ability to feed ourselves, Chairman, there will be consequences in that action. We've already seen tariffs being imposed from the US. I suspect there will be retaliation taking place across Europe and in other countries in the world as a consequence of that behaviour. We need to retain the ability to feed ourselves. That is a critical element of our society. That's what happened after World War II, Chairman. And we paid tribute to a World War II veteran who gave us that chance today. Chairman, this budget is challenging. There is no doubt about that, and it will remain to be challenging. But this authority has taken a prudent, sensible, measured approach to tackling the issues we face, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think I can now move to the vote, and I will remind the Local Authorities Standing Orders England Amendment Regulation 2014 make it mandatory for all councils to have a recorded vote on the issuing of precepts.
So for this vote, when I call your name, please state either for, against or abstain, and this is for approval of the revenue budget for 25-26. Mr Chairman.
For.
Councillor Allen. Councillor Ashton. Councillor Atwell. For. Councillor Atkin. For. Councillor Barron. Councillor Bingham. Councillor Bryan. Councillor Bull. Councillor Burfoot, Councillor Cupit, Councillor Alex Dale, Councillor Christine Dale, Councillor Dixon, Councillor Muller, Councillor Flatley, Councillor Ford, Councillor Fordham, Councillor Foster, Councillor George, Councillor Gibson, Councillor Gillett, Councillor Greenhalgh, Councillor Gruby, Councillor Gourlay, Councillor Hart, Councillor Hayes, Councillor Haynes, Councillor Hickton, Councillor Hobson, Councillor Innes, Councillor Kinsella, Councillor Kemp, Councillor King, Councillor Lewis, Councillor Major, Councillor Mahaley, Councillor Moss, Councillor Murphy, Councillor Nelson, Councillor Parkinson, Councillor Patton, Councillor Ramsey, Councillor Smith, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Swan, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Warmby, Councillor Wilson. He was here. Can we go back to Councillor Siddle? Sorry about that. Councillor Woolley. Councillor Yates. Thank you, that's carried.
Thank you. The recommendations are approved. Thank you. Next business is capital programme approvals, Treasury Management and Capital, Strategies 2025 to 2026. Could I ask the Director of Finance to introduce, please?
So this report sets out the new starts for the capital programme of 25-26 over a 3-year period. It covers the elements of the capital programme funded from different sources of funding. The revenue impact of any borrowing is included in the revenue budget that we've just considered as an item. Given the financial position of the County Council, the new starts funded from council resources, i.e. borrowing or capital receipts, are at a minimum level to reflect essential projects that are required from a health and safety perspective or to maintain the infrastructure of the organisation. New borrowing for 25-26 to fund the capital projects detailed in the report will be around £9.5 million. The report also details a review that's been undertaken of the Council's minimum revenue provision, MRP. This is where the Council's funds expenditure, capital expenditure through debt, that it must set aside resources to pay for that debt in later years. And the amount that's charged to the revenue budget for the repayment of that debt is known as the minimum revenue provision. So the County Council's Treasury Management Advisors reviewed our MRP policy and recommended that we changed it to an annuity basis over the asset life. This spreads the financing costs evenly over the life of the asset, similar to the repayment of a mortgage on a house. This approach should ensure that council taxpayers are getting an even benefit matched by an even cost from the asset over its lifetime. So there's a resulting reduction in MRP, which basically reduces the level of revenue we need to set aside each year for MRP. That will be £8.4 million, and in 25-26 it will be £11.4 million. And over for many financial years to come, it will actually be a reduction as well. So the £11.4 million reduction in 25-26 is reflected in the revenue budget that has just been considered. The actual saving in 24-25 is not included in the forecasted outturn at the moment, so that'll be a saving to a reduction in the revenue budget in terms of expenditure for this year. The report then talks about the Treasury Management Investment Strategy of the organisation. This is basically where the council manages its cash flow, borrowing and investments, and manages the risks of those items as well. So the report sets out its investment strategy in Appendix 5, and the details of the MRP policy change I've just mentioned are detailed in the appendices as well. The report also details the capital strategy of the organisation and how it will go financing that capital expenditure and that strategy in the future. So that's all I wanted to say in terms of an introduction. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any such questions of Mr. Kenyon? No? Councillor Spencer, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm not going to go into too much detail. There's a red technical paper, but one of the major impacts that Mr. Kenyon has already mentioned is the minimum revenue provision changes in policy. That has been reflected across the country. Most authorities have done pretty much the same across the whole of the UK. of the minimum revenue provision. It's basically a rescheduling of payments, which is a significant saving to the taxpayers of Derbyshire in the tune of over £11 million over the next 2 years. So obviously, by approving this paper today, Chairman, we will be approving those changes and recommendations in a way that is structured moving forward. So on that basis, Chairman, I move the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Lewis.
Happy to second, Chairman, and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Are there any observations or questions on the paper? No? Can we move to the vote then, please? Is there anybody not voted that wishes to vote? Okay. That seemed to be unanimous then, thank you. Those recommendations are approved. We on to item 12, the Council Plan and Departmental Services Plan 2025 to 29. Could I ask the Managing Director to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Chairman. So this report sets out and seeks approval of the Authority's Council Plan for 2025-29 and the Council Service Plans for the same period. The report describes the context within which the proposed new Council Plan has been developed and sets out the new vision and outcomes that outline what the Council is aiming to achieve alongside partners for the residents and communities of Derbyshire over the next 4 years. A set of values has been developed that will help shape the culture across the council, and a set of customer commitments has also been developed, which will describe how we will work with customers when they are dealing with the council. Paragraph 2.9 of the report sets out 10 ways of working, which will guide how we design and shape our services as we change the way we work over the course of the plan period and beyond. There are a total of 24 strategic objectives which have been identified for delivery during the plan period 25-29. Each strategic objective is aligned to one of the Council's 3 outcomes to support their achievement. The draft Council Plan is attached to Appendix 2 and is recommended for approval by Council. This is supported by a Strategic Objectives Implementation Plan, which sets out clear timescales and lead responsibility for undertaking each of the strategic objectives. That is attached to Appendix 3. Finally, the service plans at Appendices 5, 6, 7 and 8 are set out to show how each department will contribute to the outcomes and strategic objectives in the Council Plan, with other service improvement and business as usual activity set out in divisional and team plans. This arrangement across all of these plans supports a strategic and focused approach, and a clear connection is therefore created between the Council Plan and delivery of services across the Council. The recommendations are set out in in Section 8, and I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you. Are there any such questions? No? Councillor Lewis, could you then propose it?
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. And obviously the Council Plan sets out the County Council's vision, its priorities and strategic objectives for the coming years. It also provides a clear roadmap for delivering high quality services, driving economic growth, improving community well-being and ensuring our financial stability. The plan reflects the Council's commitment to efficiency, to innovation and responsiveness to residents' needs, whilst needing to navigate a tough financial and operational landscape within that. It's a vehicle also by which we as an administration have and continue to deliver our manifesto commitments through it as well. Supporting that, as has been said, is the overarching strategy that sits behind the service plans, which translate to the Council Plan's ambitions into specific actionable programmes for the next financial year. And each department service plans details those key projects, those performance targets and the resource allocations as well necessary to meet the objectives. And this ensures that we're delivering effectively, accountably, and measuring our progress across all those service areas. By adopting this, the Council strengthens its ability to adapt to emerging challenges while our communities and investing in Derbyshire's future. So our recommendations are there, Chairman.
Councillor Spencer, please.
Happy to move the recommendations, Chairman. I reserve the right to speak later on in the debate. Thank you.
Councillor Kinsella, please.
Thank you, Chair. As we've heard, the paper sets out the 24 strategic objectives for the council, and that's set out at 2.10 in the report. And one of those strategic objectives is a commitment to achieving net zero for the council by 2032. So given last year was the hottest year on record, and that this January is the hottest month ever, I was pleased to see that included as a strategic priority. But I was disappointed to see that the 2050 net zero ambition for the county was not included. So regarding the council's 2032 ambition, officers have told me that it won't be until 2026-27 that the service plans will be refreshed to include the cross-cutting corporate objectives such as net zero. So we won't see those until 2026-27. So another 14 months away before that is even included in service plans. So we're being told that while the climate change team is being dismantled, net zero targets will be decentralised among other teams to take up those issues. So the abolition of the climate change team and the vacuum that's created that I've just described in decentralising net zero activity, I think reveals the true position of the administration. One that leads me to conclude that net zero is not really a strategic priority, and beyond the rhetoric, there is no real intention to deliver on it.
Councillor Dixon, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to state the obvious, the new Labour administration in due course will be bringing forward its own council plan.
Councillor Fordham, please.
To state the bleeding obvious, that's up to the electorate. Don't be so arrogant.
Things were going so nicely. If there's no other person wishes to speak, can I move to the vote, please? Oh, right, Councillor Lewis, do you want to close?
Just very quickly, Chairman,
I just keep looking at the clock.
Councillor Kinsella's point, if I may. He said that we have no intention to deliver our net zero ambitions. Just to say that's complete and utter nonsense.
Can we now move to the vote, please? Has everyone voted that wishes to vote? Okay, and that the recommendations are approved. We move to item 13, the Community Safety Agreement, and could I ask the Executive Director, Adult Social Care and Health to introduce the report, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So this report presents the Derbyshire Community Safety Agreement to full Council for approval. The Council has a statutory duty to work in partnership with a number of responsible authorities to develop the agreement, which is produced on a 3-yearly cycle and refreshed annually. The refreshed strategic priorities are outlined at page 12 of the agreement document or page 664 of the meeting pack. Delivery against those priority areas is overseen through the Derbyshire Safer Communities Board, and the agreement forms part of the Council's policy framework, and as such is brought to today's meeting with the recommendation that Council approve the Derbyshire Community Safety Agreement 2024 to 27. Happy to take any questions, Chair.
Are there any such questions of Mr Stevens? If that's no, could I have a proposer, please? Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Yes, I'd like to propose this report and the acceptance of the Community Safety Agreement. Thank you.
Councillor Atkin, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to second the recommendation for the Community Safety Report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions or observations from the floor? No? Well, can we move to the vote then, please? Anybody not voted that wishes to? Yes. I only care about those that are in the chamber, Councillor Lewis. Okay, these recommendations are approved. Thank you. Item 14 is revisions to Council's Constitution, Improvement and Scrutiny Procedure Rules. Could I ask the Director of Legal and Democratic Services to introduce the report, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. So the purpose of the report before Council today is to agree amendments to the improvement and scrutiny arrangements in the Constitution. You'll see from the report that the scrutiny arrangements have been reviewed to ensure they comply with the statutory guidance and health scrutiny guidance, that they are clear, consistent and easy to understand. I don't intend to go through all of the proposed amendments in turn, but if I can perhaps highlight a few points. So the Health Scrutiny Committee functions now reflect the introduction of the new arrangements for ministerial intervention in reconfiguration of NHS services from the 31st of January 2024. So that is in line with the legislation that's referred to in the report. The rules now also make it clear that a Cabinet support member should not scrutinise a matter relating to their Cabinet support role. And as members will no doubt be aware, there is a statutory prohibition on Cabinet members being a member of a scrutiny committee to preserve that independence. And the rules now reflect the guidance in relation to Cabinet support roles. Members will see that the majority of the proposed changes relate to the call-in procedure, and it's fair to say it was required in order to ensure the call-in procedure is clearer. The rules now make it clear that committee members can ask questions of both a Cabinet member and signatories to the call-in. The rules clearly set out the grounds under which I can reject a call-in notice, and they also reflect the legal position that the matter subject to the call-in can only be referred to Council where the committee concludes that the decision is contrary to the budget and policy framework. Finally, the rules relating to public questions have been clarified to mirror the provisions in the Council procedure rules in respect of questions that can be asked at requisitioned meetings. It's also now explicit that public questions cannot be asked in relation to a call-in matter, as this is a specific process that involves members and doesn't include public involvement. Members will see from the report that the changes were considered at Governance, Ethics and Standards Committee on the 16th of January, and the version attached to the Council report includes an amendment that was requested by the committee. The recommendation is on page 669 of the agenda pack, and I'm happy to take any technical questions, Chair.
Are there any technical questions? Councillor Swan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Councillor Flatley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to second.
Councillor Gillett, please.
Thank you, Chair. I sit on the guest committee, and both myself and Councillor Day, we've always tried to be a constructive partner within those meetings and make suggestions and improvements that have actually been accepted on some occasions, because we see it as a non-political role. It's about the authority, not about partisan gain. The monitoring officers outline this report, and I must admit, when you first read it, you do think it's just some minor changes that are taking place to take account of technical and legal changes, mayoral arrangements, etc., etc. And there is, as she's pointed out, a fairly simple change with regards to part of the calling procedure itself, what I would call the Athwell Amendment. Well, they say to clarify what it says. I think the current rules are very clear. It's just that the chairs don't always read them and therefore try and stop some proper debate and questioning. But hidden away on page 688 is a proposal that committee members know I cannot support. I didn't support it then and I won't support it today. It just goes too far. After we did the last series of calling, we had a little bet in our group as to how long it would take for this amendment to come. And we thought it might be months, weeks even. It actually was days. And it's almost a case that every time the public or the opposition parties find an avenue for holding this authority to account, you change the rules. This, I think, is the... Well, we've had 15 GUS committees during the lifetime of this administration in 4 years. We've had 11 changes to the Constitution. So virtually every meeting we're discussing changes. And as I say, the vast majority of them are changes about, legitimate changes about procedure accommodating the law. But there's been some substantial changes with regards to how this council operates, and in particular with regards to stopping democratic oversight, challenge and opportunities to embarrass the administration, whether it's public cab codes disappearing and making it harder to find out, limitations placed on council motions, timescales for submitting motions and questions, that's been truncated. Cabinet members find it more easy now not to answer questions. Changes have been made to the proceedings for the granting of dispensations, Councillor Dale, you might be interested in this, because they were changed by this authority in 2020 using language that is not dissimilar, in fact it's strikingly similar to other authorities. You supported it once, but not twice, I seem to recollect. The change that's taking place is with regards to calling, and there are a whole series of parts to that, some of which I take no objection to at all. It says that if they haven't got the right number of signatures, the monitoring officer can rule it out. If it says it's not within time, the monitor can rule it out. If it doesn't comply with the other rules, the monitor officer can rule it out. And then it goes on to say, if the monitoring officer and the chair of the committee believe it to be vexatious or frivolous, they can rule it out. And I have no doubt that this administration, if it had that power, would have attempted to use it with some of the more recent call-ins. I object to it on several grounds. First of all, it is a power to me that no officer should want and no responsible member should give to that officer, because this is a highly political partisan council. We fight political battles, as we've seen today. And to ask the monitoring officer to say it's vexatious or frivolous when experience shows that our call-ins are done by the leaders of the minority parties or the deputy leaders of the minority parties, that's putting that monitoring officer's judgment in the crosshairs of political argument. And I think that's wrong, and it's wrong of the majority group to do that. Secondly, we don't need it. We already have checks and balances in our constitution. With regards to call-ins, it requires 4 members to sign it, and at least 2 of them must be from different parties. And that is actually a high bar, because we've had negotiations and we've been asked to sign, someone said no, and we've had similar conversations the other way. It doesn't just happen for the sake of it, or because it's vexatious or frivolous. So yeah, this is another attempt by the current administration to keep out the sunlight, to stop debate, to stop scrutiny, to stop any challenge. And we've seen what happens with that when you do that. You get bad decisions, you get groupthink. And the budget is one. Nobody will ever convince me that the decision or the announcement in September 23 with regards to the overspend came out of the blue. It does not happen with an authority like this, and yet it took most people by surprise in this council chamber. And then the announcement even was manipulated to make sure that it didn't come out until this meeting had finished that time, so that questions couldn't be asked. Had that information been known earlier, scrutiny and members would have put more challenge in, and we may have been able to deal with the problem differently. It wouldn't have solved it, but it should have come out earlier. And similarly with SEND. There were people on this side of the chamber, and I'm sure there were people over there who knew there was something fundamentally wrong with SEND provision in this authority, and people's opportunities to challenge that were squashed. Questions were raised in this council by my colleague, Councillor George, and she was just battered away. And it took a devastating, damning Ofsted report to bring it to light, and subsequent government intervention to make sure that we deal with it adequately. So, Chair, I am not going to support this, and I'd encourage my colleagues to do the same, to reject this, because, yeah, it is another attempt by this administration to stop scrutiny, proper democratic debate, and that is not good for this authority.
Councillor Dale, please.
Thank you, Chair. We're going off on a massive tangent here. It doesn't really feel like we're related to the original report. But just to answer the point around send, I don't think that's true or fair at all. I think we've been very honest and open about the challenges we've faced as an administration, as a council, for the past couple of years, and about all of the efforts that we've been going to try and improve. So there was never any sense, from my perspective, to bat away scrutiny or to wait until an Ofsted report before we start that improvement work. That's been happening for the past 2 years, but it is a very big, complex system to try and turn around. So it is taking time. And obviously we're redoubling our efforts. We've got the improvement board now to try and address that. But I think the point around batting off scrutiny, I think what I have fairly batted off is questions which I don't think were grounded in reality from some members of the opposition, which is my right to do as a cabinet member. I think you've got it wrong in terms of your questioning. I'll tell you so.
Councillor Fordham, please.
We recently had the scrutiny on send. And Councillor Dale will recall I came up to him at the end and congratulated him on how he had handled and openly taken questions from members of the committee. He'd heard them, he responded to them in sincerity, and when the chair went to stop it, he said, no, I'll take the questions. It really saddened me to tell you, Councillor Dale, that is not the norm in scrutiny. That really is not the norm. I've sat through scrutiny in this chamber where the chair says, right, no questions. And we sort of say, can we ask support by no question? No, we now go to the vote. There is no opportunity. But under the previous rules, it was open to interpretation. And now the chance to say no is being placed in gold in the Constitution. If members of this authority are to hold members of the administration to account, the ability to call a scrutiny committee to ask a question of a portfolio holder is being removed. That cannot be right. Scrutiny committee, where it took, I think, 16 minutes from start to end, that cannot be right. If you look at other authorities up and down the country, authorities in trouble, authorities that are a success, authorities that are seeking to make themselves better, scrutiny is a core part of their role, not here. Councillor Dale, all credit. You took every question, you answered it where you thought appropriate, you batted it back where you thought it was wrong. But you sat there face to face with members of this authority and engaged in a debate. That is not the norm in this chamber, and it's wrong. And these amendments make it worse.
Does any member wish to say anything else? Councillor Swan, then, please, if you'd like to close.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've rarely heard such baseless paranoia. As far as I'm aware, the amendments contained in this report were brought by the monitoring officer and are based on best practice elsewhere. Just listening to Councillor Gillett there, I think he ought to apply to join the Amber Valley Independents.
Can we move to the vote then, please? Anybody else required to vote that haven't voted? If not, the recommendations are approved. Thank you. The next item is item 15, performance monitoring and budget monitoring forecast outturn 2024-2025, quarter 2. Could I ask the Director of Finance and the Managing Director to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So obviously this report relates back to the position at the end of September 24. and it's due to a sequencing issue around how this report's come to council. Obviously, we've talked about the Q3 position in the budget report, so I haven't really got anything else to say on it, Chair, other than the report is there for information.
Thank you. Are there any questions anybody wants to bring up from 4 or 5 months ago? No? Okay. Could I have a proposer then, please? Simon Spencer.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll move the recommendations of the report and just give an assurance that we tried to reschedule this so it doesn't happen next year, because it is slightly inconvenient. It's 4 months late, I have to say. Yeah, you should be so lucky, Joe. Thank you.
A seconder, please.
Happy to second that, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any observations or questions on the report? Oh, can we move to the vote then, please? Have we all voted? The recommendations are approved. Thank you. Next business is item 16. And could I ask the Managing Director to introduce the report, please? It's the local government reorganisation decisions. Local government, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This report arises from the publication of the English Devolution White Paper on the 16th of December, which covered 2 aspects of reforming and joining up public services, both through the widening and broadening of devolution across England, through the creation of new strategic authorities and a programme of local government reorganisation to create new unitary councils across 2-tier areas. Alongside the publication of the White Paper, on the same day, the Minister of State for Local Government and English Devolution wrote to the Council, together with the other upper-tier councils across the country, outlining its approach to these reforms. This letter sets out the government's intention to facilitate local government reorganisation across all 2-tier areas through the creation of sustainable unitary structures. The letter suggests that reorganisation is a requirement for 2-tier areas and formally invites councils to submit interim plans and develop unitary proposals for their area. The letter also asks those councils committed to implementing local government reorganisation at the earliest possible opportunity to write to government by the 10th of January, outlining their intentions in this regard. Government had suggested that they would look to postpone elections for those areas in the first wave of structural reforms, which would need the laying of secondary legislation in order to do so. In accordance with the government's request, the Leader of the Council wrote on the 10th of January to the Minister, indicating that the Council welcomed government setting out the process and the key milestones for local government reorganisation and would be interested in delivering structural reform at the earliest possible opportunity, subject to Council approval. On the 5th of February, the Minister of State wrote to the Leader of the Council to outline that the Council would not be included in the first wave of councils to be invited to submit a reorganisation proposal to Government by May 25, and therefore the County Council elections would not be postponed. Also on the 5th of February, the Minister of State wrote a separate letter to the leaders of Derbyshire County Council, all district and borough councils and Derby City Council, formally inviting them to develop a proposal for local government reorganisation for the area, setting out further detail on the criteria, guidance for the development of proposals and the timeline for the process. This timeline is from an interim plan for LGR to be submitted to Government by the 21st of March and for a full proposal for LGR submitted to Government by the 28th of November this year. The immediate task for Council, therefore, is to develop and agree an interim plan for submission to Government on or before the 21st of March, with a range of criteria that should be included in the plan, as set out in paragraph 2.17 of the report. Council has previously discussed and debated the issue of local government reorganisation under similar circumstances in 2020, and at that time mandated officers within the Council to prepare and develop a case for a single unitary authority for the county area and agreed to oppose any proposals which disaggregated the county footprint due to service fragmentation and the breaking up of historical boundaries. However, at that time, Government then wrote to councils in England to inform them that they would not impose top-down restructuring of local government, and instead the council pursued a county devolution deal, which was made possible through new legislation contained within the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act of 2023. Given the new and current context and the significant impact and the delivery of reforms could have on the council, it is important, clearly, that council has the opportunity again to discuss these matters relating to local government reorganisation. The report before you today sets out the case for change and describes the different potential options the council could consider, and sets out the preferred option to Derbyshire recommended to council, which is for the county council and the 8 district and borough councils in Derbyshire to be aggregated into one county Derbyshire unitary authority for the area. The case and evidence base for one unitary authority for the whole of the county area in Derbyshire is set out in paragraph 2.31 of the report and covers the key areas which are scale, simplicity, savings, sustainability, disruption, identity, and the wider public sector. It is noted that other councils in the area may have different proposals, which they also feel meet the government criteria, noting the government's inclusion specifically of Derby City in the invitation to Derbyshire councils, where consideration will also need to be given to how such proposals in Derbyshire could support the sustainability of Derby City Council. Government expects all levels of local government to work proactively to enable robust and sustainable options to be developed and considered. It is therefore recommended that Council authorises the leader, together with myself as Managing Director, to engage with Derbyshire councils in the development of reorganisation options. It is also recommended that Council mandates officers to support this work as a matter of priority, given the potential implications for the authority. In order for this work to be progressed, the Council will also need to commit resources appropriately to raise awareness and to engage and seek public views of reorganisation proposals. It's recommended that Council agree to a small budget of up to £3,000 to widely promote this issue to ensure that as many Derbyshire residents, businesses and other key stakeholders as possible can give their views before the plan is submitted in March. In light of the work that will be required to progress not just to the 21st of March deadline, but beyond that, later on in the year, it is recommended that a one-off budget of £200,000 is established to support the costs of commissioning appropriate capacity at this time. The recommendations are set out in section 8 of the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any such questions? No? Could I have a proposal, please? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a big issue. It's an issue that's going to shape the future of local government in Derbyshire for generations potentially to come. Labour government has decided to impose local government reorganisation upon two-tier authority areas like ours, forcing councils to submit proposals by March, with decisions expected in the autumn. It has to be said this reorganisation comes at a time when we should be fully focused on the pressing challenges facing our communities, from adult social care to highways, to economic growth and children's services. Instead, we find ourselves managing a complex, disruptive restructuring process, not of our choosing, but one that we must, nonetheless, handle with responsibility and purpose. I just want to remind colleagues as well that I and we here uniquely champion devolution without the need for local government reform here in the East Midlands, as has just been outlined by the Managing Director. Let me be clear. We accept that reform is happening. We can even accept it is inevitable and necessary when the time is right. But if we are to go down this road now, then we must ensure it is done in a way that works for Derbyshire residents. That means making the right decision the first time, not revisiting and untangling poor choices that we made years down the line. Our position is clear. The whole county unitary, excluding Derby City, is the most effective and efficient model. It provides value for money, reducing duplication and allowing for better use of our resources. It aligns with how our other essential services, such as police, fire and health, already operate across Derbyshire. Critically, social services delivered at scale is vital for keeping costs lower and ensuring it is efficient, safe and responsive. It also ensures a single point of accountability, avoiding the bureaucratic confusion that smaller fragmented councils would create. This approach is not just our preference, it is the only viable model that meets the government's criteria on scale, efficiency and financial sustainability. But in our discussions with the public that we are going to hold, we will explore other options. There will also be opportunities, of course, for internal discussions too, and I welcome that as well. I just wanted to sort of point to 1.9 where it makes that clear in the report. Labour's approach to reorganisation has been characterised by poor timing, a lack of strategy, no real understanding of how local government works. While we focus on getting this right for Derbyshire, Labour MPs and local politicians continue to sow division, and even today we're getting inquiries, pushing for smaller, fragmented, unitary authorities crossing borders that would increase costs, weaken services and confuse our residents. They've failed to answer some basic questions. How do they justify creating smaller, more expensive authorities when the priority should be around reducing costs? And that is apparently the government and Treasury's driver. Why are they ignoring the established regional structures that our police, fire and health services already use? And how do they plan to explain to residents why this chaotic approach to LGR would mean higher bills and worse services for them? It's not a surprise, perhaps. Labour, as I said, just doesn't understand local government, and they certainly don't understand local government finance, as we've already heard. Their MPs are pushing wildly different ideas across the county, and indeed across the country, for that matter, with no consistency, no coherence, and no ability to explain how any of it will actually work in practice. That's why it's vitally important that we engage with the public over the coming weeks, which is a critically important element of what's in this paper. Whilst Labour leaders in Derbyshire can call special council meetings to navel gaze, and they're holding some even tonight, we're clear on what needs to be done, and we're clear that the public needs to be part of that discussion. Despite this being a distraction, one not of our choosing, we remain committed to doing what is best for Derbyshire. Over the coming weeks, we will be engaging with residents, finalising that proposal, submitting it by March. We will, of course, continue to work with local authorities where we can, but we can't entertain ill-thought-out plans that will leave Derbyshire worse off. We will also need to be clear with residents. This will not be a quick process. The government will review submissions in the autumn, and even if Derbyshire is elected to proceed, there will still be a complex transition period to manage. Our job is to ensure stability and continuity of services throughout. That's why it's important that we show clear leadership now and establish what it is that we are looking for our residents. And this council must send a strong, united message that we will not allow Derbyshire to be broken up for the sake of political point scoring. We will stand up for our communities and ensure we get the best possible outcome and deliver a local government structure that actually works. I do urge all members to back this. I'll be interested in the debate that unfolds before us, and I would certainly be interested in what the opposition group's views are on this, because I think now is the time to make decisions, and now is time to be united on this one.
Councillor Spencer.
Yes, Chairman, I'm happy to second the proposal, and I reserve the right to speak later in the vote. Thank you.
Are there any questions or observations on this? Councillor Dixon.
Whoops. Sorry. I think that's my panic alarm. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I really am sorry. Yeah.
That's a very exciting start. Thank you.
I'm
the rest of
very
this is good.
embarrassed about this, but I do think it says something about local government when I have to have panic alarms fitted and I get death threats from people, and for all of us, because we're only doing our job. We might disagree, but, you know, there's a serious side to that. But it goes off all the time, usually in Tesco. It's so embarrassing. Right, okay. Heard what Councillor Lewis says. I want to make it clear that as the Labour group, we are strongly committed to the Labour government's #1 mission, which is to relight the fire of our economy and ignite growth in every region. And we welcome the opportunities presented in the White Paper. Our communities and the potential of the people who live here have long been neglected by the previous Conservative government. Up to now, levelling up and devolution have lacked the vision or genuine commitment needed to make a transformational difference to our residents' lives, to our region and to the county. But as a group, we acknowledge the importance that our district and borough councils can play in delivering the government's agenda. But we are not blind to the weakness of the current two-tier system and are very much up for the challenge that the White Paper sets it. That is, to examine the current arrangements and work together with our district and borough colleagues to produce a better solution that puts the people of Derbyshire at its very heart. Working through its complexities will be difficult and should not be done at pace. We welcome the decision of the Secretary of State to go ahead with the elections in May 2025. The cancelling of the May elections would not have been a palatable option, as it would have enabled the ruling Tory group to maintain control of the council for possibly 3 more years, leaving them to further decimate services for the people of Derbyshire. Here in Derbyshire, we have a complex geography. Our county is large and polycentric, with major economic centres often lying without its borders. At our heart is the Peak District, we have, as I said on many occasions, the Pennines running down its core. And as I'm often reminded, we've got 4,000 miles of mainly single carriageway roads and links around the county are poor. These differences matter less in the current two-tier centralised system with the current limited levels of devolution, where the districts and boroughs deliver the place-shaping function of local authorities, leaving the county council to provide the strategic services that transcend the consequences of our geography. However, the challenge set by the White Paper gives those local factors greater significance and they should not be glossed over. Therefore, proposing a local government footprint that can cohesively deliver a solid platform for economic growth is absolutely essential. In addition, the powers and responsibilities of district and borough councils are vastly different to those of a county council, and their services are not necessarily suited to the same geographical footprint as a county council services. This is why the decision about geography should not be rushed. Time is needed to ensure that whatever new model of local authority governments is created and on whatever footprint, it takes account of the dynamics of the Derbyshire economy and creates a new authority or authorities with financial resilience, but still endeavours to reflect community identity. We need to establish first whether a unitary county is the best way forward, or whether different configurations of the county would be more appropriate. And I'd like to note that I am not speaking about the county going across regional or other county borders. If a county unitary model were to be adopted, residents' relationships with their wards and division councillors would fundamentally change and to the detriment of local democracy. This needs to be considered. Therefore, before we decide on the best path, we need at least to explore whether having potentially 2 or even 3 authorities for the county would help mitigate against that possible democratic deficit. This is the one in a lifetime generational opportunity to achieve real change. If the potential and ambition of our communities is to be achieved, it is vital that the boundaries of the new local authorities reflect people's lived experience as well as the facts on the ground, so that they feel part of that authority. Superficially creating a single countrywide unity authority may look like a simple solution because it can be done more quickly, but quick, easy solutions are not the true ambition of the white paper. It offers a once in a generation to achieve real change, to rewire local democracy, change lives for the better, increase prosperity, and better deliver public services. And we are committed to working together to agree a solution that delivers that. If the outcome of this process simply creates authority that fails in its ambition to relight the fire of our economy and ignite growth, and which the residents have no affinity, then the Conservatives will have truly failed those communities and they are unlikely to forgive you. What is required is a genuine partnership between all our partners, districts, boroughs, the city, the mayor, police, fire and NHS. This is not what is proposed in this paper. What is wrong with this paper is that it typifies the current modus operandi of this Conservative administration. They are incapable of grown-up conversations with partner and suddenly go off on a frolic of their own. And I even hear that Councillor Lewis has some problems keeping some of his members of his group on side too. You know, and when he goes off on a frolic of his own, he's not very good at it. Let's look at his record. First, there was the morality, a project put together to create jobs for the boys. And Councillor Lewis fancied himself as mayor, but famously lost out to Ben Bradley. So then he positioned himself as deputy mayor. But that didn't go well. And what was meant to be jobs for the boys became jobs for the girls. And what a great mayor Claire is turning out to be. And I remember saying in every chamber that local government, in those debates, that you voted for MCA, that local government reform was an inevitability, and if you created a mayor, and you poo-pooed it, you know. Next, the county created the SLB, and Councillor Lewis has such a sense of entitlement. Lewis had such a sense of entitlement. They expected to be crowned chair. And ever so famously, when he failed in that, he threw his lazy fit and threw his teddies out of the pot. And now he wants to have LGR, but on his terms. And I think it's quite clear that he's trying to put himself in pole position to grab the position of leader, putting personal ambition ahead of what's best for the people of Derbyshire. It is so sad. I have said it before and I will say it again. This Conservative administration is only interested in partnership if everybody else defers to their will. In the past, it's been referred to as the Derbyshire way, or as I like to think about it, Barry's way or no way. Whether it's working with the NHS, as I've seen with Sen, with our district and borough on economic development, or the recent cuts to the third sector, we fail time and time to listen, negotiate and learn with partners. And this paper is a prime example of that. You need to show some real leadership and maturity, or else you will let the people of Derbyshire down. Chair, I would like to move some amendments to the recommendations. I have them printed here. I've shared them with the monitor officer, and I would like to point out that K and L are extra proposals. Thank you.
Have we got a second for that, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
You should second it.
So, because we've got this new amendment, I suggest we adjourn for 10 minutes to read it and then come back in here, please, for 22 at the latest. minutes. Hopefully we've all had a chance to have a look at the amendments. There is a list of people here wishing to speak, but to bear in mind you are now speaking on the amendment. You can speak on both, so it's entirely up to you whether you want to remain on this list to speak to this, or you want to wait to speak on the original one should this not be successful. So knowing that, I'm going to ask for Councillor Alex Dale, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for allowing. Sorry, I was at the top of the queue, but it turned me off for some reason. I think what we heard from Councillor Dixon was a heck of a lot of words, but not a lot of content from my perspective. I'm still absolutely none the wiser as to what Labour's position is on local government reform in terms of what model would work best for Derbyshire. I think from my perspective, I support the whole county proposal. I think from a social care, children's social care, adult social care, SEND perspective, we do need the economies of scale, and I do worry about dividing us up into two smaller pieces and what that would mean in terms of delivery of those essential services and the budget. But that said, I do accept and acknowledge the comments from others around ensuring representation, localism, ensuring that services are as close to local people as possible. But I think on the basis of the whole county unitary, there are ways of doing that. Things like maintaining local planning committees for each different local area, for example, is a really clear demonstration. And how we deal with the elected member representation for a whole county could factor in that local representation and ensure that it's as strong as it possibly can be. But whatever we think about Councillor Lewis's proposal and the proposal that's in front of us here today, at least it's a proposal on the table. You know, it seems like from Labour's absolute absence of saying anything on the matter, that really they want to do the deal behind closed doors, from my perspective. That's the worry from my perspective. Labour want to carve this up. They want their MPs and the council leaders in the room together. They want to carve the county up, not in the best interests of the people of Derbyshire, but what's in the best interests of the Labour Party. It's absolute gerrymandering from my perspective. And we're already seeing, this carving up of the county. We've seen the High Peaks MP and the Borough Council up there talking about a Manchester merger that nobody wants. We've surveyed 5,000 people and 94% said they hated the idea of High Peak going off into Manchester. And then we're hearing from Erewash Labour that they want to go off and be a suburb of Nottingham City, as widely reported in the media. And it's not that long ago that we heard that Chesterfield wanted to go off and join the Sheffield City region as a result of Lib Dem and Labour policies and Labour councillors' decisions in the Borough Council. And I'm particularly worried about the impact of what that means for my area, living on the edge of Sheffield. I absolutely do not want to see Dronfield being part of a greater Sheffield, as may be the case. And I'm not a native of Derbyshire. You know, I'm actually a yellow belly at heart. I was born in Grimsby, although don't hold it against me. But Derbyshire is absolutely my home now. You know, I bought my first home here with my wife. We got married here, and we're raising our children here. And it really matters to me. It's my home. It's the place that I identify with. And it's absolutely essential from my perspective that we keep Derbyshire together and we stop any ridiculous Labour proposals to tear this county apart. We've got to keep Derbyshire together. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Burfoot, please.
Thank you, Chair. You'll be pleased to know I'm going to be quite brief. What I feel that I've got to say is that I've got serious reservations about any kind of huge unitary authority. Serious reservations. I think we all need to remember as members and as officers and as a council as a whole why we're here. We're here to serve the public. It's as simple as that. And if any of us think that some kind of large, remote local authority, some council, is going to make it easier for the people that we serve to access councillors and officers, then I think they're just mistaken. What I find now when I speak to my residents is that they're already frustrated when they can't always speak to or access the person, if you like, or or indeed the department that's actually dealing with what they want to have their say about and what they want to talk about, and they get very frustrated, and that's why they come to councillors, and that's what I partly see my role as being like a conduit between trying to fill that gap between what residents are wanting to say and what they're wanting to have sorted out, and the people who can actually sort it out. As a member of Derbyshire Dales District Council, I do know that it's a little bit easier there, to be honest. Can I give you an example? I'll give you just a very basic example. Somebody can't get their bin emptied. What do? They ring up the number, they get through straight away, they get through to the right department, the person who can sort that out does it, end of. Now, dare I say, that does not always happen here, and we've got some huge remote authority that will not happen, and I think that if people think that the idea of saving millions of pounds, I think that may happen, but they are going to be really disappointed when they find that their access is not going to be as good as it is now.
Councillor Kinsella, please.
My point's short, so just 2 points. One is the point about local democracy. I didn't hear anything from Councillor Lewis or Councillor Dixon around local democracy. It's called a devolution white paper. It's anything but devolution. And the driver really seems to be financial savings and this spurious hope of growth. So I've got real concerns, echo what Councillor Burford said there as well. The second point I would make, again, links to the size of the unitaries that are being proposed. And my fear is that the services that districts provide in Derbyshire will get squeezed. So services such as leisure, environmental health, waste collection and recycling services, those services will be overwhelmed with the need to support an underfunded statutory services of adult social care and children's care. So my concern is that what the districts offer at the moment and that closeness to the people, we will lose that. We will lose the effectiveness of those services and it'll be swallowed up by the need to support underfunded children's care and adult social care. So I've got major concerns about the principles and the implementation of what's proposed.
Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And this is a very important day for this authority, and I suspect a very important day for Derbyshire residents as a whole. It may come as a surprise to the Labour opposition that I have advocated this type of approach for many, many years. I was a district councillor, like many of us in this room. And if you were starting today with a blank sheet of paper, would you construct the system or the tiers of government, local government, that we have now? And I suspect if anybody was honest with themselves, they wouldn't start at that point. And the reason they won't start at that point is because you lose the economies of scale and the ability to deliver service in a comprehensive way. It makes sense for an authority to deliver a service such as waste collection and waste disposal as one, not as fragmented organisations as it is now. It makes sense to have a universal offering as far as adult social care across the county is concerned. It makes sense to deliver services comprehensively across the county whilst retaining their own identity, with area-based planning committees, for example. Non-political, because they're quasi-judicial, but set up in such a way that it is the elected members for that particular area who represent the people in that area and can deal with the planning proposals in the appropriate fashion. All we are discussing today, Chairman, is putting forward proposals that are shaped around the government proposals themselves. And let us not remember that the government have said clearly the minimum size for an authority of this nature has to be £500,000. That's what it says. It's very clear. So anything other than the proposal on the table is going to have difficulty meeting that ambition. Well, you can nod your head, you can disagree with me, but that's what it says. $500,000 is the figure. You can come back to me in a minute, Kevin. The point is, Chairman, what are we here to do? We as councillors are here to deliver services effectively, efficiently, at a fair and balanced expense to the taxpayer. Is this the best proposal to achieve that? That debate will go on for years to come. I won't be here doing it. I won't be here representing those people. But I can tell you this. As a county councillor, I represent the biggest division in the county. I represent an area that covers a vast proportion of the western side of Derbyshire. And I have 23 parish councils. We do our best to attend those parish council meetings, and every single parish council has got my personal telephone, and they can contact me at any time. I attend as many of those meetings as I can, and I will say this. On many occasions, the district councillor who represents that area also is not there. So don't believe for one moment, because you have district councillors there more effective, more efficient than the county council, because I believe that is a complete utter nonsense, quite frankly. What we are here to do is deliver services effectively and efficiently. And by making these changes and driving them forward, it's not very often I can stand here and agree with a Labour Party policy. But on this occasion, it is the right thing to do to obtain the economies of scale. And there may be one thing that you have to overcome. And it's very clear to me that turkeys will not vote for Christmas. And if you look at the structure we have at the moment, we as an authority, we will no longer be here in the present context we are today, Chairman. But when we have been restructured in the way in which I believe the government is hoping to restructure Derbyshire, I want it to be done in a transparent, fair and balanced way, and put the concerns of the public at the forefront of those decisions. And when I hear ludicrous statements from elected MPs in High Peak suggesting that it's a no-brainer to join Tameside, he wants his head looking at, frankly. And I'll say that to his face, because the people of High Peak don't want it. Does he know that? Or hasn't he told him? Because Damien, you should be telling him, he's your MP. And you got him elected. And the point is, Chairman, today is a watershed moment for Derbyshire as a whole. And I would like to see all councillors in this chamber come together with one level of agreement. I'm a Derbyshire man. My family have been in Derbyshire 500 years. We have great traditions and great beliefs. And I would expect every councillor in this chamber to back an initiative to keep Derbyshire together. Thanks, Chairman.
Before I go to the next member to speak, can I propose that we extend the time till 5:30? Could I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Lewis. All those in favour? Councillor Fordham, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm getting a little bit lost on the theory from Councillor Spencer. When we discussed the, which item was it? Budget consultation. He said, and I wrote it down at the time, people don't give a damn as long as the services are good value. You can't sit here and say people don't give a damn, and then, because it's a Labour MP or it's a Labour, and trash the idea that you might look for other organisations where their services are delivered. If people don't give a damn, then deliver it from anywhere. The truth is, people do give a damn where services are delivered from. You are wrong. Democracy matters, not just as a service delivery merchant, but because actually in some areas we're not just delivering services, we're trying to tackle problems, we're trying to address poverty, we're trying to build more houses, we're trying to make areas more connected, we're trying to make services more green, more sustainable. We're trying to do something proactive. It's not just deliver services from A to B and that's the transaction and it's done. Democracy counts, advocacy counts, music in schools counts. It's not just we're going to deliver the emptying of your bins. If you go to a large super unitary democracy, leisure, arts, youth services, museums, theatres, these things get swept aside. We are already struggling with the dominance of adult and children care. It already overweighs our budgets in a way that is almost unsustainable. If you take all of the services of district and borough councils and sweep those into a super unitary, you put them at risk as well. There is an alternative, however. You can have a unitary council that is underpinned by parish and town councils, where you scrap the police and crime commissioner, where you have a regional mayor. But those unitaries don't have to be 500,000 strong. They don't have to be super unitaries. You know full well there is a legitimate case for having a discussion about the City of Derby, its size and its boundaries. I don't have a preference. I don't live there. But I know it's legitimate to have that discussion. So every time we say, oh, Chesterfield's trying to get off with Sheffield, no, they weren't. Chesterfield was trying to get the best out of an economic cycle whereby lots of its residents look to Sheffield for employment, for transport, for healthcare. They're trying to get the best for their residents, and so it applies to South Derbyshire and to High Peak and everywhere where there is a border zone of some sort. Everyone looks somewhere. They don't just look internally and naively. But the tradition of two-tier councils is established. Lots of people appreciate it. Lots of people find it quite vigorous. If I look at Chesterfield as an example, there are currently, I think, 55 councillors elected for Chesterfield. If we go for a unitary council, I think it will drop to 7 or 8. The weight of that burden is not more democratic. It might be better for service delivery, but that should not be the sole criteria under which we operate. I do think there is a case for local government reform, but I'm not going to say that last year when the Conservative government was in place it was a devolution offer, and this year I'm being forced by the Labour government. In both cases, it were national governments with different visions offering some kind of change. I may not agree with it, but it is pathetic to sit here and say that last year was a devolution offer and this year we're being forced by the Labour government. They are both different sides of the same coin. Now, in terms of what could happen, if we really did care about this issue and weren't just playing a pre-election game, we could have a conversation about which unitaries was most appropriate, whether or not we should have local income tax and fund local government properly, whether we could have fair votes, whether we could enhance the parish and town council offer, whether or not we could abolish the PCC, give mayors greater powers and strategy, actually have a coherent conversations about transport and sustainability. But we're not. While every time you stand up and say, back Derbyshire or you don't, it's just lame. It's not a debate. You know it's quite cheap. You know it's a dead cat in an election period. You know full well what you're doing. And by citing High Peak and High Peak and High Peak and High Peak, simply division. If you want to bring people together, then you have an open conversation about unitaries. Not about your option or no one. Not about High Peak and nothing else. Not about the evils of Derby City, as you depict it. We're going to have a conversation about local government, then we can talk about a number of unitaries, about sustaining, if local areas want it, a two-tier tradition, about having fair votes, about having a local income tax. The answer is not your solution or none. It's to have a conversation and to listen as well as hear.
Councillor Bingham, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I shall be brief because what I was going to say and expand a bit on has already been said. But when I've gone round talking to people over the Unitary Council, the feeling is from my constituents is the feeling of that it's removing a tier of democracy at grassroots level. That's one thing. The other thing that crops up as well is, well, could this be seen that the money that the unitary councils get through the savings of all the other councils, are they going to get less and less as the years go on with it? And basically, you know, I suppose it's one of them, we'll suck it and see when it happens. But the other thing as well that I'd like to address from Councillor Dale is the Chesterfield. Now, I was around when this was very first brought up, and it was Ray Russell who actually promoted this and was in negotiation with the business people across D2N2 as well as the Sheffield City region. And it was to engage with the business people and the community around that. And it was to get the best deal that they could for Chesterfield at that time. And Ray and others within our council actually steered the negotiations. And also they'd done a survey on the amount of people that commuted from Chesterfield to Sheffield and vice versa, and from Derby and Nottingham, vice versa. And there was more people commuting when they did that survey at that particular time was from the Sheffield City region. So it wasn't that we was going against any proposals or negotiations that other senior members may have brought up at that time. But that is the crux of the matter. And the thing is, you know, it still doesn't alter the fact that people out there are opposed to this proposal of the Unitary Council, and other people in this room today have also elaborated on that, of which, as I've said at the beginning, that I was going to say my bit on that, but it's already been said. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Gillett, please.
I think we've actually forgotten where we are in the proceedings, because I think we're still debating the amendment, and I've not heard anything from the other side as to what their comments are with regard to the amendment itself. My comments are really centred around that. I came onto this council in 1997. That was the year that Derby City left. And if I'm lucky enough to be re-elected at the next election, then I think I will be probably the only person on this authority who will have served on the authority continuously for its whole term. And like everybody else in this room, I have a strong emotional attachment to Derbyshire County Council. It means a great deal to me. I'm incredibly proud and honoured to have been a member, and I will be sorry if it is split. But I can remember the debates we had over devolution, and I remember saying then that an inevitable consequences of devolution in county areas is reorganisation, because the authorities that are under the greatest threat by devolution aren't the districts and boroughs really, it's the counties that are losing their powers. I understand why mayors have been introduced into metropolitan areas. They lost their metropolitan counties decades ago, and they were desperately needed for some strategic authority over above that to coordinate them. But I always thought that the strategic authority in the county was the county council. But I lost that vote because the Tories pushed through the current mayoral combined authority. So nobody should be surprised that today we are discussing it. You might be surprised over the timing, but the fact that we are discussing reorganisation is no shock. And in all fairness to my electorate and particularly my council taxpayers, I cannot stand up and justify paying for the organisation and bureaucracy behind a mayor, behind a county council, behind a police and crime commissioner, and behind a districts and borough councils as well, particularly when we're cutting services like we've agreed to do today in terms of the budget. So reorganisation in some shape or form has to take place. Now, Councillor Spencer said I was wrong about what the letter says, and this is printed off the County Council website. I ran it off, it's part of the budget papers, the papers today. So if what I'm saying is wrong, it's because the wrong documents are up. Well, this is what's on the County Council website, and this is the letter that came out from the Minister. And attached is Appendix A, Schedule. Schedule 2, and you're right, 2A says, as a guiding principle, new councils should aim for a population of 500,000 or more. 2B, there may be certain scenarios in which this 500,000 figure does not make sense for an area, including on devolution, and this rationale should be set out in a proposal. So it's saying the presumption is 500,000, but if you've got a case to make, the Minister will hear it. That's not what you said. And the problem is your proposals and your report doesn't say that either. You've made up your mind. And you've made up your mind for a unitary authority, and you're going out to engage with stakeholders, and you're going out to engage with the public. But what you're saying to them is, we're not actually interested in what you say unless you agree with us. We're not actually interested in any of the facts you put before us or whether there's any alternatives. All you're saying is, we want you to say you agree with us. That's all you're saying. Councillor Kinsella mentioned the democratic element, and he had a little pop at Councillor Dixon. And in fairness, that's because I was going to say something about that. Because I think you're right. This is not about creating bureaucracies. This is about creating democratically elected local government that best serves the community. And there is a balance to be taken between, on the one hand, saving money, particularly given our financial climate, but on the other hand, between actually providing effective local government that people believe will serve their needs, that they can relate to, and will make a difference to their lives. And the amendment that we're proposing allows for that to take place. I have no objection in the majority group having a position. Nobody would expect you to go out and consult or talk to other people with an open mind on something like this. But you've completely closed it to anything else. Councillor Dale and others have made comments with regards to other councils looking elsewhere. Well, I can tell you it was made quite clear at North East Derbyshire, we're not looking elsewhere. We want a solution within the Derbyshire boundaries. And I know some of my colleagues have said that they've looked elsewhere, and I'll say it now, because I've said it to the face, they can look, but the grass is not that green elsewhere. Stay with Derbyshire, because working together, we can make a huge difference to our community if we get this right. And the aim is to get it right. And it is really disappointing that this authority will not cooperate with partners. It just doesn't know what partnership is. We've seen that with regards to the SLB. This authority drove that agenda until it couldn't have the chair of it. And then it threw its teddy out the pram, and it has done everything and anything it can to undermine it, even to the detriment of economic prosperity in this county. That is the mentality. And as we've seen earlier, but when they hear things and when we try to do things they don't like, they change the rules to make sure either we or the public can't do it. There's a theme over the last 4 years, and that's what has reduced Derbyshire to the sorry state it is and the shadow of what it used to be. So, Chair, I have no doubt you're going to vote our amendment down. But this allows the authority to go out with the view, but to actually say to people, we're prepared to listen to what you say. And if that comes up with a unitary authority, if that seems to be the best thing for across Derbyshire, so be it. If it comes a council solution, so be it. But if we're going to genuinely engage and consult with people, we should do it. And the Covenant recommendations do not do that.
Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, let's be straight about this. We talk about serving our people and being able to serve our people and how we organise things and having two-level councils, etc., etc. We know that the current two-level system is failing. There are too many county councils which are short of money. And there is very little solution. Now, quite clearly, the Treasury sees the light in front of it, the ability to save millions and billions of pounds by bringing in unitary authorities in. And that's what it will aim to do. And that doesn't work if you start breaking things up into smaller units. That's why the 500,000. And they would like to see it bigger than that, I think, if they can, because there are even more billions to be got out of it. So quite clearly, we are faced with the choice of a unitary authority which is of a significant size, and that will hopefully help what we want to do. Now, I don't often agree with Councillor Gillett, but my opinion is let's stay with Derbyshire, right? Derbyshire is a strong county, and if we stay together, then that's what we need to do. So that's why I'm backing the the paper today. But we've heard a bit about, well, you know, Erie Wash could look at Nottingham and all this sort of thing. It's rubbish. It's rubbish. We need to stay with Derbyshire. Derbyshire needs to be solid, and that's what I shall be voting for myself. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lewis, please.
Sorry about that, Chairman. I pressed the button when I didn't need to. Okay, there's a lot to unpack, I think, in some of the comments we've had so far. But to make it clear, I don't support the amendments that have been proposed in by the Labour group there. Government guidance is quite clear on this, and it says that proposals must prioritise financial sustainability. I mentioned that before, efficiency and minimising disruption. All of that aligns with a position that we have consistently advocated for in this, a single county authority, unitary authority for Derbyshire, excluding the city. That's simple. There is, as has already been suggested, a 500,000 minimum. It's also clear within the documentation that any split of the county into 2 or more unitaries should not disadvantage one particular area within the county. And if you split Derbyshire in any way, shape or form, you do have winners and losers in that. So it probably wouldn't be supported. Derbyshire wouldn't be a massive unitary at 820,000-ish residents in the county, covering mostly, as Joan said, a polycentric area. There is no disagreement about that, and also quite a rural area. And where a council that is, along with our district and borough colleagues, well versed in delivering for all of those. We're not a Kent, which got 1.5 million plus. We're not a Hampshire, which is around 2 million. You know, we're not of those sorts of scales. Breaking Derbyshire into smaller units would fragment all those vital services that we deliver. It'll increase the costs, and it'll create administrative inefficiencies. A whole county unitary is the only option that meets the government's minimum population threshold, maximises the economies of scale, and aligns with wider public service geography, including health, police and fire services. I made that point before. Now, the other point I want to make around financial sustainability is, in Derbyshire, who count the city and the districts and boroughs ourselves, 10 town halls, effectively, dozens of other buildings around the county. We have 10 councils, so that creates 10 chief executives, 10 senior leader teams, and over 400 councillors across the county. That is not efficient local government at all. So I did expect that Labour would accuse me of unilateral action and this administration not being collaborative enough. That wasn't a surprise at all. So let me be absolutely clear, that is not the case. I did have dialogue with our group. We did agree this as a group position. So let's be clear on that. We may not have every member in this group agreeing that unitarisation of councils, etc., is a good idea, but we can agree that we want the best solution for Derbyshire. You mentioned the Strategic Leaders Board. Well, that old chestnut, you know, why would we pay for Labour leaders to have meetings at our expense? It's not going to happen, basically. And I don't know where you got the idea that I wanted to be the deputy mayor. I think that has come out of left field. So that was never an ambition of mine. We are where we are, though, because of the government's process, not because of any unwillingness on our part to work together. The reality is that local government reorganisation is, by its very nature, an adversarial process, not because I want it to be, but because it creates winners and losers, and it forces difficult positions that councils would rather not face. And that is where we are with our district and borough colleagues, I'm afraid. We will engage, we will consult, we will work with our district and borough and city colleagues as much as possible, But let's not pretend that Labour-run councils won't fight tooth and nail with the Labour group over there to protect their own interests. That is the brutal truth of local government reorganisation. Turkeys don't vote for Christmas, but unfortunately, your Labour government has served up Labour council leaders with cranberry sauce, basically. So let's remember that Labour leaders in district and borough councils don't even agree amongst themselves about what sort of shape and size the unitaries should be. Some may want a single Derbyshire-wide unitary, don't know, but let's discuss it. Some may want their own fiefdoms carved out, creating smaller unitaries. And others still don't know what they want. What we won't allow is for this process to be hijacked by indecision or self-interest. So yes, as I said, continue to work with our colleagues in local government, but I won't apologise for making a clear case for the best solution for Derbyshire. Labour councils want to put forward competing proposals. That is their right, but it is also inevitable given this process, this adversarial process. What we will not do is allow bickering, delay or indecision to damage services and those services that serve the residents that we serve, basically. I've made it clear in this report that we will talk to our communities about multiple other options in there. So it is not going to be a single conversation that we have with the general public. We will want their views on other options as well. So I've made that much clear already, which is why we don't need the amendments that you've put in there. Our approach is straightforward. Deliver the best, most efficient, most sustainable structure for Derbyshire's future. That's what we're focused on, and that's what we're going to be fighting for. Thank you very much indeed, Chairman.
Councillor Dixon, please.
I think as the proposer of the amendment, it's my right to sort of wind up the debate. So that's what I intended to do. Councillor Lewis has made it quite clear the way that his group will be voting. It's a shame that Councillor Dale has left. He obviously didn't understand the subtlety of my argument, but that's not for the first time because subtlety isn't his forte, is it? But I really resent some of his comments about decisions, you being transparent while Labour are making decisions behind closed doors. Kevin has already made the point very eloquently this afternoon about how decisions within this council are increasingly happening in the dark. So I think you need to hold up a mirror to yourself. No, I was just wondering whether Councillor Lewis has been speaking in private with other councils to do deals or ever maybe inviting them out for dinner. And I would say that as leader of the opposition, I think it's my legitimate right to look to see the letter that came from the minister, and it wasn't shared with me for 2 days. That is not transparency. Luckily, I got it within 2 minutes of it landing in somebody else's inbox. And I would also like to know, and unfortunately, you don't have a right to reply because I end the debate, is whether Councillor Lewis has taken up the offer by the districts and boroughs to work collaboratively with them to come to a joint solution on this. So I'd just like to move to the vote on the amendments, please.
Okay, so just for clarity, we are now voting on the amendment. Okay, has everybody voted that wishes to vote? If they have, the amendment is lost. So we'll now go back to the original paper, and Anybody wish to discuss that? If there is no one else who wants to speak on that, then Councillor Lewis, would you like to close?
I would, thank you, Chairman. I don't think I need to add any more than what's been said already on this particular topic, and I can see Councillor Kemp is shaking his head as well with joy at that one. So happy to move to the vote, Chairman.
Can we please move to the vote? Thank you.
So shall we move?
Yeah. If we've all voted, and it's the same number as last time, the recommendations have been approved. Thank you. I'm now going to do, because of the lateness of the time, I'm going to do a bit of a jiggery-pokery, if that's okay. I'm going to bring item 18, which is decisions taken as a matter of urgency and key decisions forward, so that can actually be dealt with and a decision made on that within this meeting, rather than it being put back to the next meeting. So I ask the Director of Legal and Democratic Services to introduce the report, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. So given the time, I will be brief. This is a standard report the members of Council are hopefully already very familiar with. It is simply here to note, and the recommendations on page 813 of the pack.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Can I have a proposal, please? Councillor Lewis.
Happy to move the recommendations.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can we move to the vote then, please? Okay, I've got no votes against, so those recommendations are passed. Thank you. We've now got a bit of a quandary. We've got 6 minutes left of the extended time. It is a thought that I will bring the motion forward to now, but I will need someone to propose an extension. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chairman. If you're going to do that, I'm quite happy to propose an extension of time of till 6 p.m, if that's okay, Chairman. There should be more than enough time.
Okay, thank you. Seconder?
Second that, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just going to bring the motion forward to be dealt with today because of time issues of going through all the questions first. Instead of going through the questions first, I'm going to go through the motion first. So, sorry? No. They don't know. No, it's just the questions that may be put back to the next meeting or answered by on paper. So, all those in favour of the extension then, please. Show of hands. Thank you.
Fine.
Any against? Okay. Any abstentions? We're voting on an extension of time till 6 p.m. No, that's my prerogative to do that. What we're voting on there, which was proposed and seconded, was actually the increase in time till 6 p.m. Yes. Yeah. Bottom? Okay.
So his objections noted.
Yes, your objections noted. Thank you. Sorry.
Or not?
until the light comes on and you can talk, I mean, before I ask you to speak, they won't put your light on, so you have to wait that short while, okay? That decision's been made, and I'm going to ask the proposer of that motion to stand up and give the motion, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The motion is for the justice and compensation for the WASPI women, calling to the government to deliver on cast iron promises Labour politicians have made over many years to millions of women born in 1950s. These women, like myself and many in this chamber, have worked hard, and we've raised families, and we've worked hard all our life and paid taxes, national insurance. They should receive what they are entitled to. Up to 3.8 million older women, because of the rise in the pension age, these women have totally been let down and rejected. The announcement on the 17th of December 2024, Liz Kendall said there will be no compensation for the WASPI women. The WASPI women were totally devastated at this. But in 2017, in the Labour manifesto, she pledged her support. Her comments in June 2017, hundreds and thousands of women have had their retirement plans scuppered by changes to the state pension. No wonder the WASPI women feel totally let down and rejected. So the motion I move today is formally to call on Sir Keir Starmer to break the habit of this government's lifetime and address with honesty and integrity the issues of the WASPI women he supported so staunchly for so long, and while in opposition, and issue unreserved apologies for his and his party disgraceful actions in respect of this matter. To help restore trust in the political process, by enacting the recommendation of the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman, the reports of March 2024 included that compensation of between £1,000 and £2,950 should be paid to the WASPI women in Derbyshire and throughout the country. And on passing of this motion, the Leader of the Council should write to Sir Keir Starmer outlining the Council's position and calling for the swift necessary action to resolve this situation and deliver all that the Prime Minister and many other politicians promised to the WASPIs. Thank you, Chairman.
Do you have a seconder for that, please?
As a victim of this latest example of utter disregard for common decency and broken promises by the current Labour government, I am seconding this motion. In addition, I would say I started work when I was 12 years old doing a paper round. I started full-time work at the age of 15. Looking back to that time, I had a contract with the government that I would retire with a state pension at the age of 60. At that time, it didn't seem so important. Throughout my early working life, that contract still existed, and it became more important. I raised my children and always worked hard to support myself and my family. I thought I could count on an income when I reached the age of 60 years as promised. However, that was not to be. In 1995, I'd been working for 27 years when changes were made to this contract and the retirement age was raised to 65 years, an additional 5 years. I didn't receive any formal warning of this. Social media didn't exist back then as it does now, so the information wasn't so freely available. That's an additional 5 years when I was deprived of my promised income. Furthermore, in 2017, the retirement age was raised again, moving my promised income away by a further 1 year. This is not just my story, but the story of thousands of other women in my age group. During the years following this, much campaigning for a fair deal has been done. So much of that campaigning has been supported by caring and fair-minded Labour MPs and other leading members of the Labour Party, right up until December 24, when they had achieved the position of power and could carry out their promised fair solution to the plight of so many women in this position. When suddenly, wham! The light at the end of the tunnel was extinguished, along with the winter fuel allowance. I sincerely hope this motion will be supported by everyone in this chamber. I am certain it will be by everyone who believes in honesty and the importance of keeping promises. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fordham, please.
Yeah, I support the WASPI women. I always have done. I always will. I'm not standing for Parliament. I'm here elected to the council to discuss issues that Derbyshire County Council handles. I think it's outrageous that this motion has just been moved forward in this way. I think it would be much more important for us to discuss elected members' questions that 15 members have put forward to discuss flooding, environmental issues, Shirebrook, footpaths, Kinley. To put forward to prioritise instead a motion that has its notes 4 pages explaining why Labour government is flawed is, in my view, vexatious in the extreme. It is frankly pathetic. We are elected to deal with the issues of Derbyshire County Council, and you're prioritising against that. I will support the WASPI women, but I don't appreciate these cheap, pathetic games. And I say to Councillor Warmby, I think you were an excellent chair. The work you did on Ukraine was impressive, but this is beneath you.
Councillor Greenhall, please.
Thank you, Chair. I actually agree with the last speaker. This is a national issue brought into our local chamber, and I'm standing to speak today because with a deep sense of frustration and disbelief as we witness yet another example of political hypocrisy from the guys over there, the Conservative Party. So in this very chamber, we're faced with a motion regarding WASPI women, those women who were unfairly and unjustly penalised by Sunrise in their retirement age, as has been outlined. But the Conservative Party and its local representatives who held power in national government for 14 years are now attempting to present yourselves as the champion of these women when you've done nothing but ignore the plight of them for over a decade. For 14 years, the Conservative government had every opportunity to rectify this issue. You had the power, you had the mandate, and you had the time to do the right thing. And what did you do? Absolutely nothing. So for all the rhetoric of Councillor Warmby, Councillor Dale earlier and others about justice and fairness, you collectively turn your blind eye to the suffering of thousands of women who are left in the lurch, unable to access the pensions as promised, and now, when you're no longer in a position to keep any of your promises, not that you ever did much of that, in Westminster, you, the foot soldiers in local government, are bringing this to County Hall in Matlock, asking all the councillors here to support a motion that represents nothing more than a political ploy, a hollow gesture in the face of years of inaction. I don't remember any other motions on this when your colleagues were in government. But let's not be fooled by the rhetoric, because we all know the true reason these women were left high and dry. And it's interesting that Councillor Warmby's motion in the timeline only seems to look at the opposition during the times of the last decade. WASPI Women campaign started in 2015. Your party was in government for 9 years after that. And it was the government of Boris Johnson in March 2020 who rejected any compensation scheme, arguing that it was too expensive and that they've been given ample notice to women. So note that date, particularly Councillor Swan, before COVID and the spend of the pandemic. So it was a choice then, a political choice. And like the Parliamentary and Health Ombudsman in 2021 concluded their work, but a lot of what they were saying was already in the public domain then. So it's consecutive Conservative governments' mismanage of our economy that's created the very mess that we find our nation's finances in today. For years, you've presided over a stagnating economy full of austerity measures that disproportionately affect the most vulnerable in our society, including the very women that we're wanting to discuss today. And let's not forget the catastrophic impact of that disastrous mini-budget under Liz Truss. You don't like to remember that, but that reckless economic policy, that doom-laden government, cost the British taxpayer a staggering £30 billion at least. That's £30 billion that could have been invested in public services, making a secure and fairer future. It could have filled a few potholes, Councillor Cupid, as well. But instead, we saw a botched attempt at trickle-down economics that nearly plunged this country into financial chaos. The Conservative Party under Truss, leadership and others chose to gamble with our nation's future. And as a result, a catastrophic rise in borrowing costs, a loss of investing confidence, a massive hit in financial well-being of ordinary families in my hometown in Glossop, across the UK. It was a disaster of your own making, and the WASPI women, along with the rest of the British public, are paying the price. So would I like the Labour government to be able to find the £70 to £100 billion estimated for that compensation? Yeah, of course I bloody would. excuse the language, Chair, but would I like the nation's finances to be in a position to correct that historic injustice? Yes, but it's not the inheritance that your government, your party has left us. So let's be clear, the reason our nation's finances are in such a dire state is not because of global factors or just the pandemic, as often stated, as we found with Councillor Swan earlier. It's because of years of mismanagement, austerity and reckless economic decisions. Their government's failure to act when it mattered most caused untold harm to the country's future. They now seek to distract us and this chamber and what we're talking about on local issues. As has been said, when we've got questions about real things that are affecting people here in Derbyshire, not that this isn't real, but they are very local. This is a national responsibility. And this is to distract us and does nothing but to deflect from their record. So I urge all the councillors to think critically. I don't want to let the Conservatives rewrite their own history today. We will stand up for what's right and just. We will continue to repair the damage of wrought and get our public finances into good order. So over the next decade in Westminster, the Labour Party will change the country for the better. It's a tall order. There's lots of difficult. We've already seen increased income for this council as a result of a change of government. But here in our county over the next few years, if the people of Derbyshire put their trust in us in May, this Labour Party will fix the foundations of Derbyshire's foundation. So I urge all the councillors just to vote against this hypocritical motion quickly as possible so we can get on and get the questions, which is the thing we're here to represent our constituents and local matters.
Councillor Hobson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I'm here to talk about the hypocrisy of numerous front-bench Labour politicians in opposition championing this cause with their photo opportunities. At the front of the Labour queue demanding compensation for the WASPI women was Labour's Liz Kendall. So it's rather ironic that it fell to her to announce that Labour had changed its mind and rejected the claims. It's the blatant hypocrisy of the promises made in opposition, broken as soon as they were elected. Hypocrisy. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis, please.
Very much indeed. I just can't believe what I've heard from two politicians over there on the other side in this chamber. Absolutely outrageous. Monumental hypocrisy, I would describe this as. I remember not too long ago in this chamber, Councillor George marching WASPI women into here to have a debate, a motion that you guys put forward on that topic. I can't believe that you actually forgotten of that. Didn't even pay any lip service to it in your monologues about this. It's just outrageous. I don't want to hear talk about black holes, and it's just, honestly, it really is the worst sort of hypocrisy. It was a cast iron Labour promise that WASPI women would get their compensation. And it is a local issue. We have local women here in this chamber who were affected by it. That's the nature of the issue that we're dealing with here. It's no wonder that the public have lost confidence in Labour. No wonder that you're plummeting in the polls. I would not count on being sat on this side of the chamber in May.
Councillor Hickton, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, you're not going to vote with us because you obviously don't support the WASPI women anymore now that you've got a Labour government, which I'm quite surprised. But you said about, council, we should be talking about Derbyshire, this, that and the other. Well, we've got WASPI women who live in Derbyshire. But the main thing, you guys, often when we had a Conservative government, were saying, write to your government, write to your government. Well, we are writing to government and we're wrong. So what do you want us to do?
Councillor Swan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I fully endorse Councillor Warmby's excellent motion in support of the WASPI women that the Labour Party has so viciously betrayed. Unlike Starmer and his cronies, my support for the WASPI women is long held and genuine. In 2017, a council motion I proposed was applauded from the public gallery by campaigners, while the amended motion, and I think it was Councillor Yates that put in the original motion, but the amended motion I put forward in 2021 and is included in the information that Councillor Warnby has provided today, that delivered all the support that the National WASPI campaign was seeking. Members may recall that during the debate on the motion I brought to this council demanding the return of the winter fuel allowance, I pointed out that the cruel axing of the payment particularly affected older women. Once again, Chair, we can see that Labour is targeting women pensioners. Having repeatedly lied to them in opposition, this dishonest government has delivered a truly deplorable blow to the WASPI women. The Labour Party really does seem to have an issue with the female sex. Today happens to be the 50th anniversary of Margaret Thatcher's first full day as leader of the Conservative Party. In many ways, it was a different world back then. The unelected President Ford was in his first few months in the Oval Office. The Cold War was getting colder. Chairman Mao's deadly regime still ruled in China. The Vietnam War still hadn't come to an end, and Franco and his fascist dictatorship still reigned in Spain. Against this background, the male-dominated, stuffy British Conservative Party of 1975 did something that Labour, despite all their talk of equality, has never done, and it elected a female leader. Rachel Reeves recently revealed that she would like to be known as the Iron Chancellor. And surprisingly, this turned out not to be in tribute to Otto von Bismarck, but to Margaret Thatcher, who, unlikely as it seems, is apparently now greatly admired by the Chancellor. Such sobriquets don't really stick when you bestow them upon yourself. It was, of course, the Soviet newspaper Red Star that dubbed Mrs. Thatcher the Iron Lady. Given her fictional CV and all the promises she has broken since taking office, the lying Chancellor seems much more appropriate for Ms. Reeves. Thanks to October's budget, the Chancellor is destined to preside over stagflation, rising prices, increased national debt, thousands of wealth creators leaving the country. I note that the co-owner of Aston Villa has today announced he's leaving Britain with the millions of pounds of tax he would no doubt have been paying otherwise. There's growing unemployment, and more pensioners are struggling and living in poverty, and that includes many of the betrayed WASPI women. The Ombudsman thoroughly investigated the WASPI women's case over many years and recommended compensation be paid. Compared with what Labour indicated it would pay the WASPI women, the Ombudsman's suggestion in late 2024 was modest in the extreme, yet the government totally reneged on its promises. And like many people, I find it hard to comprehend that Labour has totally dismissed, as a matter of principle, not the cost of it, but as a matter of principle, both the findings and recommendations of the Ombudsman. The government's stance completely undermines people's faith in the system, and I commend this motion to the Council. And while doing so, Chair, on the off chance she's watching the live stream of this meeting, I'd like to send a message to Rachel Reeves. I met Margaret Thatcher. I worked with people who worked with Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher remains a worldwide icon. Chancellor, you're no Margaret Thatcher.
Councillor Dixon, please.
Thank you, Chair. As Councillor Fordham and Councillor Greenhouse has already pointed out, this is the third meeting in a row that you have brought a motion that is nothing more than a diversionary tactic from stopping us from talking about your record in power and how you have failed the people of Derbyshire. And you're using the WASPI women's as pawns in your hollow gesture because you're still sore that you lost the election. My colleague, Councillor Greenhouse, has called you out for your hypocrisy because your government did nothing despite claims by Boris Johnson that he would do everything he could do, quote, to sort out the issue, and then later said it was too expensive. Let's get it clear, my sympathy is with those women born in the 1950s who faced financial hardship because of the Conservatives government decision to equalise the retirement age with men, and then in 2010 to accelerate the process as part of the coalition government. And while trying to goad us into some reaction, why not look at the words of your own leader, Kemi Badenoch? At PNQs in December, she admitted that the Tories had never been planning to hand over compensation to the WASPI women, and that Labour had finally come round to her way of thinking. And what Labour has done, though, because of the financial state that you left the country in, we have protected pensioners with the triple lock. That is something that you did not commit to. In this motion, you're actually contradicting your own leader. Damien has already spoken about the economic damage your party has done to the economy that has limited the options of the Labour government. Your empty promises, unfunded promises, and the small matter, yeah, I'll mention it again, the £20 billion black hole. I think as Labour politicians, we saw it coming. We couldn't make promises that we couldn't fund, so we didn't make it a manifesto promise that we couldn't keep. Unlike you lot over there. Look, just happen to have your manifesto from 2001, which you've conveniently taken down off the website. It's got a very nice picture of Jean in it, and I have to say, you do age well, so it's lovely. Yeah. Yeah, let's have a look. And actually, I ran out of post-it notes last night. You said, over the last 4 years, we have worked to rebuild critical services, putting 30 million into vital children's services, cut to the bone by Labour. You've cut children's services, slashed staff, and failed an Ofsted inspection, and a notice he's left the room. You have said we've invested money in our highways. Well, I'll repeat it again, Councillor Cupit. We were branded in your time as the pothole capital of England. You have said we have started construction on a new £15 million 40-bed care home in Ilkeston, reaffirming our commitment that no care home will close without replacement provision reflecting modern care needs. You haven't met that commitment. You've closed homes or you've flogged them off. You talk about reducing the cost of politics. The first thing you literally did when you got back after 21 was to create more posts in your cabinet, and that cost the county council taxpayer £70,000 more. You said you wouldn't introduce charging at tips. You have done now. You continue to drive improvements we've already made in social care to keep the county's most vulnerable children safe. You've failed. You've failed our most vulnerable children. You know, and yet again, you boast about you build our innovative 30 million care programme to provide new care homes and care at home, which, like Ada Belfield, and I noticed the cabinet reports have come out already, and you're selling it off. Ask me, you know, I actually ran out of post-it notes last night, and I could go on a lot longer about your broken promises and your hypocrisy. You have let down the people of Derbyshire. You made promises, you've reneged on them. So don't talk to me about hypocrisy. And I truly hope that your next manifesto admits your failings, is honest with the people of Derbyshire, and is a little bit more honest this time.
Councillor Spencer, please.
Oh dear, Oh dear, oh dear. I know. Joan, you've let me down. You've let me down. Listen, we are talking about a government that has made promises, numerous promises, in recent months, prior to the general election, that has reneged on numerous promises. And the British public are not going to forget that. And they talk about bringing respect to elected members and dignity, and make sure that we speak up on behalf of the people we are elected to represent. There is video footage, there is TV footage, there is Facebook footage of every single member of the Labour cabinet promising to support the compensation for the WASPI women. Every single one of them. Now, in government, that is no longer the case. Now, you may say, and you may draw back the curtain and say, you failed in these certain areas. But these leaders of our country made significant commitments to those individuals and basically lied. That's what happened. Today, we've heard a lot of rhetoric about all the other issues that may be thrown into the melting pot to detract us from the motion before us. And Joan, you know that the WASPI women were marched into this council chamber by your group, and the issue was raised by your group, and everybody listened to that debate and contributed to it in a positive fashion. I don't recollect any negativity. So don't tell me it's not an issue for the residents of Derbyshire, when I remember that vividly taking place on the day, well, you may not have done, but it has been said, has it not? I think by Damien, actually. But the point is, Chairman, this is a motion that tries to address an unfairness in our society. If the Chancellor, today's Chancellor, Rachel, had got any comprehension of doing her job properly, she would have known, and she did know, what the financial status of the country was well before the election date. She wouldn't have actively gone out there and made a commitment and promised to these individuals that she could not deliver on. And she did that knowingly. And that is one example of the broken promises of this present government. The attack on the farming communities of our country will come to haunt them, I promise you. The attack on the pensioners of this country will come to haunt you. And you, as elected representatives of the Labour Party here in Derbyshire, I am somewhat surprised that you have not been strong enough to say, well, we did say that and we were wrong. And you could have supported this motion today. So the ball is very much in your court, Chairman. And I am disappointed because many of you have sat in this chamber for many years. And I know that you know that the decision and the promotion of that decision prior to the election gave false hope to individuals that you believe were going to be supported. So I'm somewhat surprised, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, we've got 5 minutes left. Councillor Bingham, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll be very brief. I will be supporting this motion, and I will tell you for why. Our persuasion nationally agreed with the WASPI women, and we campaigned on it. And I myself, on several occasions, have campaigned for the WASPI women. And I'll end this short speech by saying that my wife was one of the WASPI women. And also, as well, don't forget, now I'm not just talking about people here in Derbyshire, but I'm talking about people all over the country. They had letters through the post stating the facts that the working ages were going to increase. And don't forget that one either. And that was what the main reasons why the people were so bitter and contentious about it. And that's where I'll leave it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warby, you've got 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Thank you, Chairman. Well, Councillor Dixon, Councillor Greenhalgh, I'm very sorry that you don't think this motion is important and it shouldn't come here today. Because you're wrong. It's very important. It's very important to a lot of people who live in Derbyshire and, as other councillors said, in the country. I see Councillor George has gone, and Councillor George was strongly supportive in this. She says these women need to be compensated. They need a government that will listen and act before it's too late. This is just betrayal. It's just strong betrayal, and this promise should be kept. So why we want to take this to the government is to support these women. And saying that you're not going to support this, I'm really disappointed, because I was hoping you'd listen, and then that the government would listen, and then the WASPI women would get what they were entitled to. It's absolutely disgusting if you do not support this motion. You are absolutely, I can't believe that you will not support this, and there'll be a lot of people disappointed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor, for making that as short as you did, and I'm sorry to cut you down. We need actually to vote to expand again the time, because otherwise we won't get time to vote. So, proposal, please. It's 59.
58.
Okay, let's move to the vote then. We won't have time to go any further, will we? The motion has been passed. Thank you. If anybody wants to listen, ask the questions, if somebody wants to propose and second it going on for another half an hour, I'm quite happy to sit here and listen to it. If not, you will get answers in a written order, and if you don't want that, then you can ask the questions at the next meeting. The lack of a proposal and a second, the meeting is now closed. Thank you.